Good afternoon, everybody. It's Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV here to bring you a bunch of updates on a bunch of different stories. But what we're first going to be covering is, and I have live video from the room, the press conference on the murders of Rob Reiner and his wife. Let me actually get this on the screen for you. If you give me 2 seconds here, and I can get you a video on the screen as we wait for this press conference, which is coming up. Hang on a moment here. Give me a moment. This is in Los Angeles. Hang on. I'm going to put it on the screen for you right now so we can wait for it to start. Here is that video right there. There it is. That is the press conference. Ooh, that's a little big. That's supposed to start in about 15 minutes. So, also an MIT professor was shot and killed at his home last night. Very concerning. An MIT professor who, Nuno Loureiro, who was a nuclear science, engineering, and physics professor, and the director of the Plasma Science and Fusion Center at MIT, was shot and killed at his home last night. So we're going to bring you updates on that. Terrible. And also some new video released in the manhunt for the Brown University shooter. So all of this coming up, first, we're going to see this press conference on the murder of Rob Reiner and his wife. Remember that police have arrested Rob Reiner's son, Nick, and say he committed the murders. And let me just, in terms of the MIT professor, I'm going to read you a statement here about that from the Norfolk County District Attorney. The Norfolk County District Attorney, Michael Morrissey, says Massachusetts State Police assigned, actually I'll put it on the screen for you, this press release about the MIT professor. Massachusetts State Police assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office responded last night to assist the Brookline, Massachusetts Police Department after receiving a report of a man shot at his home on Gibbs Street. The victim, Nuno Loureiro, professor at MIT, was transported, 47 years old, was transported to an area hospital with apparent gunshot wounds and was subsequently pronounced deceased this morning. This is an active and ongoing homicide investigation. Are the MIT and Brown incidents related? There's no reporting they're related. There's really very little reporting about, we don't know what the background is of this MIT shooting. So, I mean, I can't rule it out. And I certainly understand the question. Right now, it's too early to say anything about that, given what I've heard. I haven't heard. Again, all I've basically heard right now about that shooting is what the general idea of what I've heard is what you just heard. And I will keep an eye out for more on that. That's a developing story. That just came out today. Yeah, so, Providence is not far from, one of our viewers says, KNVKI says apparently only an hour drive away. Yeah, this is not, they're not that far from each other. It's about an hour drive between Providence, where the Brown, Rhode Island is, where Brown University is, and Brookline, where the MIT professor was killed. Again, I don't know right now much about that shooting, and I will try to find you more. The call about the MIT professor who was shot went out at, hold on a second here. 8:30 last
Mic
night,
check.
according to
One,
the
two,
Boston
three.
Globe.
Mic check. Presser starts in about 10 minutes, according to the press release. Could be delayed. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Roger, are you good? Dave?
According to the Boston Globe, an MIT spokesman said, sadly, I can confirm that Professor Nuno Loureiro, who died early this morning, was a current MIT faculty member in the departments of nuclear science and engineering and physics, as well as the director of MIT's Plasma Science and Fusion Center.
Okay. As long as he can hear Jerika.
Prosecutors have not, as far as I'm aware, released any further information about the MIT professor being shot and killed last night. He lived in a building on Gibbs Street in Brookline, Massachusetts, in a 3-story brick building. According to the Boston Globe, a Boston University student who lives nearby heard 3 gunshots.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check. It sounds good. Okay, cool.
Yeah, the MIT professor, really quick. Hang on.
Hello, thank you for coming. We'll be starting momentarily. Please, at this time, please make sure that you turn off all your cell phones. Thank you so much.
Let me just show you quickly. This is the page of the MIT page for the professor who was killed, Nuno F. Loureiro, professor of nuclear science and engineering, professor of physics, director, plasma science and fusion center. So we're following all these stories. We're following all of these stories, and we will bring you the latest updates on all of them. Thank you, by the way, to, hold on a second here. Thanks to our moderators who are here, Charm Accents, Ruth, Beth Mythical on YouTube, all over there. Leslie Ladyhawk, Roberts May Queen, thanks for moderating. Thank you also for moderating. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X.
1, 2, 1.
Thank you also for moderating. Cerrero, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, J. Joanid, Matthew Kohai 3, and Tariag on Twitch. And thanks to our Facebook moderators. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley over there, Shannon Davis Hughes, thank you. Hang on a second here.
Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. All good.
Thanks also to JB for the memberships. Thanks, JB. Yeah, there's a lot going on right now. Thanks to Robin's Dogs for the membership, for being a member as well. So again, we're coming up this. Oh, you know what? I don't even have the clock on the screen. I'll put the clock on the screen. Supposedly it's going to be in 6.5 minutes. So we're going to watch this live press conference about the murder of Rob Reiner and his wife. We are also covering this story where an MIT professor, 47 years old, I believe, professor of nuclear science, engineering, and physics, was killed, shot and killed at his home in Brookline, Mass. Last night. Very little detail on that. Also, some new video released in the manhunt for the Brown University shooter. So we are covering all of these stories and bringing you live updates. Thank you, OU Mike, who is wondering if it could have involved some sort of love triangle or romantic thing with the MIT professor. Look, we just don't know. I mean, really, at this point, anything is possible because there's been really no detailed information released about that I have seen. So certainly keeping an eye on that, but that's quite a concerning incident. Just so you know, the town where the MIT professor was killed is not far from where I am. They do not get many murders in that town. That is not a high murder area. And he was at his home. So, going to certainly be keeping an eye out for more on that. Let me check a couple local outlets while I have a second here in Boston and see if I can find anything else about that incident. Yeah, I mean, the local newspapers really don't have much here. And to repeat, he was a professor. The professor who was killed was a professor of nuclear science and engineering, and also a professor of physics and the director of the Plasma Science and Fusion Center at MIT. And he was only 47 years old. Some of our viewers are saying, was he Jewish? That I don't know. I'll have to look up and see if I can find more information about that. He joined MIT in 2016. He had 3 children. Uh-oh. Hold on a second. For some reason, the Reuters feed paused for a second. All right, let me just, give me a second here. I just want to make sure we're all good to go here. Yeah, I have a, let me just give me a second here. I want to get my backup feed going here too, in case there's an issue with this feed. Hang on. I have 2 different feeds of this, so I just got to make sure I have the backup feed good to go too. Sometimes you can have an issue with a feed, so let me just take a second and get the backup feed set up. Okay. That wasn't it. Sorry. I am just getting my backup feed at the ready in case anything happens with the primary feed. Okay, that's good. That's done. Okay. Oh. I have three feeds actually. We're good to go. Carissa thinks there gotta be a connection between the MIT professor being killed and the Brown University shooting. Again, I can't tell you anything about that either way. I just have no idea. Yes, C-Gem. Rob Reiner's wife is Michelle Reiner, as we've reported numerous times. Okay, let me turn off the clock here. President Trump also is going to be giving an address to the nation tomorrow night, which we'll be covering. According to Kelly Meyer, Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said Trump's address will be about the historic accomplishments such as the border, inflation, and what's to come. So we will certainly cover that tomorrow night. I don't know what level of detail if we're going to get some new details in this press conference. you know, about the investigation into the, I would think maybe we are, into the investigation into the death of, the killing of Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle at their house in Los Angeles. Their son Nick has been arrested, and police say he committed the murders. So just again, we're covering this press conference. We're going to be updating you on the killing overnight of a MIT professor, a professor of nuclear science and engineering and physics, 47-year-old Nuno Loureiro, killed at his house, killed at his home, his apartment in Brookline, Mass. Overnight, shot and killed. And also we will have updates on the Brown University shooting manhunt. All right, hold on. It looks like this is about to start. If I may, when it starts, switch the, I have several different feeds of this, so I may switch the feed right at the start if one of them is better than the others. So bear with me if you might hear like double audio for a second, and you might see the camera angle switch because I have to look at the feed. So if there's one that's better, I'll get you the best one I have for you guys, okay? But just bear with me if the angle switches and you hear double audio for a second or two. That's just me changing the feed to get you the best feed.
Minutes or less.
5 minutes or less, they just said. 5 minutes or less. This is a press conference by Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan J. Hockman. Let me try this one. I can't tell which one's going to be better for you guys. Is there audio on this one? Let's see. I'm going to go with that other one for now, and we will figure out which one is best for you. Any moment now, this is expected to start. We'll take your comments after. Oh, there's also a press conference coming up after this on the Brown University shooting, apparently. Yes. Hey, guys, after this, we're going to have a Brown University shooting press conference, probably pretty much right after this. That's scheduled for 5 Eastern time. So I got to put something about that. Get it in the corner here. Kind of make it small. All right, here we go.
Hello, everybody. That's a big crowd. 2 minutes? Less than 2 minutes. We're coming out right now. So, let's have Maria and John at the lead on this side. Great. And then LAPD on that side.
Here we go. Start.
Perfect. So this is going to be an update on the homicide investigation of Rob Reiner and Michelle Reiner. You're going to hear from the Chief of Police, Jim McDonald from the Los Angeles Police Department, and the District Attorney, Nathan Hochman. Just want to level expectations. We will allow some time for questions, but because of this is a preliminary investigation still, very active. It's being filed as we speak. There's not a lot we're going to be able to say right now. Also, if you would, please quote one question at a time so that we can hear the question and answer it appropriately. So if we could have that decorum in here. DA Nathan Hochman.
My name is Nathan Hochman. I'm the District Attorney of Los Angeles County. Today I'm here to announce that our office will be filing charges against Nick Reiner, who is accused of killing his parents, actor-director Rob Reiner, and photographer-producer Michelle Singer Reiner. These charges will be 2 counts of first-degree murder with a special circumstance of multiple murders. He also faces a special allegation that he personally used a dangerous and deadly weapon, that being a knife. These charges carry a maximum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. No decision at this point has been made with respect to the death penalty. We have requested, and currently Nick Reiner is being held without bail. Now, before in announcing these charges, I also want to announce that they're just that. They are charges. Charges are not evidence. Evidence is something that we will be presenting in a court of law to meet the standard of proof we meet in every criminal case, which is beyond a reasonable doubt, to 12 jurors who you'll unanimously have to find that we've met that standard to prove the charges we bring to court. Right now, with respect to the process, once the charges get filed this afternoon, Nick Reiner will be then brought to court. He is going through medical clearance, something that everybody who gets arrested and gets held in a Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department jail goes through. Once he is medically cleared, he will be brought to court to be arraigned on these charges. At that point, he will enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. Now, prosecuting these cases involving family members are some of the most challenging and most heart-wrenching cases that this office faces because of the intimate and often brutal nature of the crimes involved. Rob Reiner was a brilliant actor and director, an iconic force in our entertainment industry for decades. His wife, Michelle Singer Reiner, was an equally iconic photographer and producer. Their loss is beyond tragic, and we will commit ourselves to bringing their murderer to justice. I want to thank LAPD Chief McDonald, who is here today, along with Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton from the LAPD and LAPD Captain Scott Williams and the entire Robbery Homicide Division, who literally has been working around the clock to gather the evidence that have led to the charges we're going to be filing today. Also from my office, I have Assistant District Attorney Maria Ramirez. I have Director of Specialized Prosecutions John McKinney. I have our Head Deputy of Major Crimes, Craig Hum. And I have the two prosecutors who will be leading the prosecution in this case, Assistant Head Deputy of Major Crimes, Habib Balian, and Deputy District Attorney for Major Crimes, Jonathan Chung. They will bring their decades of experience to holding this murderer accountable for his actions. At this point, again, you will hear in the media rumors, you will hear speculation, you will hear hearsay. What I'm asking everyone to do is to rely on trusted sources. If it doesn't come from the District Attorney's Office, from LAPD, from the coroner's office, or from the courtroom itself, then there's a good chance you are hearing misinformation. Because at the appropriate time, the actual evidence involved in this case will be presented in a court of law. So I ask for your patience until that is done. But again, please do not rely on rank speculation, rumor, or hearsay to believe that you understand anything about what went on in this case. I'd now like to turn it over to Chief McDonald.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, and thank you all for being here today. And it's with deep sadness that I address the tragic loss of Robert and Michelle Reiner. On December 14, 2025, LAPD officers from our West Los Angeles division responded to a death investigation at the 200 block of South Chadbourne Avenue, which is in the Brentwood section of Los Angeles. Upon entering the residence, they discovered the bodies of Mr. and Mrs. Reiner. Detectives from our Robbery Homicide Division Homicide Special Section immediately initiated a comprehensive investigation. The evidence gathered led to the arrest of their son, Nick Reiner, who was taken into custody later that night without incident in the Exposition Park section of our city. Today, the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office has formally filed charges against Mr. Reiner for the murder of his parents. This case is heartbreaking and deeply personal, not only for the Reiner family and their loved ones, but for our entire city. We extend our deepest condolences to all of those who were affected by this tragedy. I want to take a moment to recognize and thank our criminal justice partners, the District Attorney's Office led by D.A. Hochman, and everyone who worked tirelessly on this investigation. Their swift action, professionalism, and commitment to justice have been instrumental in bringing clarity and accountability to this case. The LAPD remains steadfast in our mission to protect life and uphold justice. We will continue to support the Reiner family and ensure that every step forward is taken with care, dignity, and resolve. Thank you.
We'll now take some questions. Yes, right here in the front.
Mr. Attorney, could you talk about why you feel this case rises to special circumstances?
So special circumstances is a situation where one of the enumerated factors that lead to elevating in some ways a first-degree murder case to a special circumstance first-degree murder case occurs. One of those special circumstances is called multiple murders. Here we have two, and it qualifies under the definition of multiple murders to allege the special circumstance in this particular case.
Chief,
I saw over here.
Nick Reiner found, and was there any evidence on him indicating a crime, and did he say anything?
Yeah, he was found with good, solid police work, investigative tools used by robbery, homicide, and gang and narcotic division detectives with the U.S. Marshal Service Task Force involved as well. So we're thankful for the work that was done. I won't go into talking about what was found or anything that could potentially taint the investigation.
Chief, wants to follow up question,
Yeah.
sir. Given Nick's history of drug use, was there any indication that he was under the influence at the time of this crime?
No, thank you again. That's another question I can't touch.
And following up on that, is there any evidence of mental illness in his background?
Yeah, you can touch.
I'm sorry, please repeat the question.
Is there any evidence of mental illness in his background beyond the addiction?
The evidence, any evidence, if there is any, of mental illness for his background will be coming out in the hearings that will occur. We anticipate, again, after the arraignment, the process will go through the normal process a case like this goes through. At the appropriate time, if there is evidence of mental illness, it will be presented in court and in whatever detail the defense seeks to do that. Yes, right here.
Are you anticipating any kind of significant delay in bringing this case to trial on the basis perhaps that Dick may have to undergo significant psychological evaluation, which would also give your people what they need in order to background what might describe why his actions happened the way they did?
We don't anticipate any significant delay more than is involved in a first-degree murder case with special circumstances. These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring against anyone. And we anticipate that the discovery that we will produce to the defense will be robust. It will be very involved. They'll want adequate time to review it. They'll want to go through every single factor that they can ascertain in the defense of Mr. Nick Reiner. So again, this will proceed along the tracks that many of the first-degree murder cases proceed. Do I anticipate it being particularly fast? No. I anticipate it being very thorough. Yes, right here.
Cause of death and time of death. Can you share any information about that?
We are not at this time. Yes. Yes, right here.
Did the members of the Reiner family help with your investigation so far, and did they provide any information or assistance which led to Nick being arrested?
Let me defer to the chief on this.
Good.
Hi, I'm Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton, Chief of Detectives. We don't have any specific information we're going to release at this time regarding the family's information they provided. As we move forward, that information will be discussed in the appropriate venue, which will be the court.
Yes, in the front here.
Sorry for the chief. Can you talk anything more about just not the condition that Nick was in when he was arrested? Was he a resident? Was he walking around? Was he observed by people in the neighborhood? Like anything else you can tell us about the nature? Yeah.
So specifically, he was arrested in a public area, in the Exposition Park area near the University of Southern California campus. He was approached by the officers and he was arrested without incident. There were no indications that he was going to resist or anything like that. He didn't flee or anything like that. He was taken into custody without issue, and he was transported to our police headquarters facility.
Take a question back there, yes. He has been alleged, one of these special allegations is that the murder was committed with a deadly weapon or a knife. As to where and how the weapon was located or will be located, that will actually be evidence we'll present in court.
We got two more questions. Two more questions.
Let me take a question over here.
Give us a timeline of when you think the murders occurred, because now we know that there was an altercation on Saturday night at a party. Do we know that this happened Saturday night or was it Sunday morning?
I'll defer to the chief on this one.
Yeah, we don't have that kind of specificity yet. We're waiting the coroner to be able to try and determine as best they can at this point time of death.
Chief, where were the victims found? Can you say where the victims were found?
Yeah. We'll take the question back there.
Yes. Can you tell us who called 911?
Chief, if you
we
know.
get a radio call from fire department.
I can. Okay, so in terms of how the Los Angeles Police Department became aware, it was a request from the Los Angeles Fire Department, who responded to the scene first. We responded to their request for assistance at the scene of the incident. Our initial West LA officers that responded determined that a crime had occurred, and they immediately notified our robbery homicide division. They've responded, and they have taken over the investigation since that point.
Thank you, everybody.
Should we take one more question? I'll take it right here.
I know you're hesitant to talk about sensitive evidence, but based on the evidence collected to support these charges, did that include an admission by the defendant to the alleged crime?
So any statements made by the defendant at any point in time would be the type of evidence we will be presenting in court. I'll take one last question right here.
Sorry, I have a question.
Hold on one second. I just identified this gentleman.
Oh, I thought you were pointing at me.
Sorry.
Do you have an estimated time for completion of the autopsy and the information coming from the medical examiner to your office and to the detectives?
We do not have the estimated time that it will take. We know that they are working on it expeditiously, but as to when they deliver it, we do not have that estimated time. I'll take that one last question back there.
I was just wondering, I know these types of cases are especially difficult. How much do you take into account what the family wants when it comes to charges when you're dealing with a domestic situation like that? And does that factor into whether you will go after life and parole or possibly the death penalty?
In these cases, like any of these cases, we will take the thoughts and desires of the family into consideration in making our decision. Thank you all very much.
How is the arraignment? Once the celebrities visit the scene, does that taint the evidence?
Okay, so we heard that Nick Reiner, the son of Rob Reiner, will be charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. No decision on whether the death penalty will be pursued in this case. It's possible, but no decision on that. And they did say that Nick Reiner was found in a public area in the Exposition Park area near USC, downtown Los Angeles. Matt Finn of Fox News had reported earlier today that Fox News had heard from multiple law enforcement sources that Nick Reiner was located walking the streets near downtown, apparently smoking something. That's what Fox News is reporting. But again, he was found in a public place. Didn't sound like he resisted arrest, and he is going to be charged with murder. We did not get many details. We did not get many details of the. I gotta take this clock off, and we did not get many details of the actual crime. They didn't even confirm the manner of death in that press conference. So a lot of what they said is we're going to be presenting evidence in court. I want to take some comments from you guys. One of our viewers said TMZ had a photo. I can't show it, but I can send you a link. I reposted a post from Matt Finn of Fox News that appeared to have a photo from when they took Nick Reiner into custody. But what I want to do is, hold on a second here. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I can show you the photo. Ooh, that's weird. TMZ said LAPD said police released photos of the arrest, but then I went to the Instagram where where it's supposed to have the photos, and they're not there anymore. Let's see. Are they still there? I'm going to go there right now. Official Instagram account. Is that a real account? Maybe it's not a real. I don't know. Now the account doesn't seem to be working. Oh, let's see. Here it is. Yeah, so it kind of looks like maybe they posted them and then took them down because Instagram now says post isn't available. Anyways, I'll post the link to the TMZ story and you can see it. But they have photos with blurred faces that apparently show Nick Reiner getting taken into custody. I just posted, like, you can go to TMZ and see it. It says Rob and Michelle. It says Nick Reiner gets cuffed by police. Check out the photos. But again, I went to the Instagram account for the police that was linked, and they're not. That post isn't there anymore. Yes. So the Brown University. All right. Hold on a second. I want to take some comments, but we have a press conference coming up. The next Brown University shooting press conference is coming up shortly. So let me get that on the screen for you. Coming up, Brown University shooting press conference. There's been some more video and photos released in that investigation. So we're going to look at that now. Let me just fix this here, the clock. That's going to be here. Let me just see if I have the clock up there. Hold on. Ooh, Brown. Let me just adjust the press conf. Brown shooting press conf. Let's try that. In there. 30 minutes and 47 seconds is when it's supposed to start. All right, so we'll have that for you. We're going to bring you live coverage of that, okay? We will have that for you. All right, I want to take your comments on everything. So let's just take a second here and kind of go over what we're covering. Just give me a moment here. Okay, so, oops, we want to do this. You can see there, we just heard this. Prosecutors will charge Rob Reiner's son, Nick, with 2 counts of murder in the killing of his parents. We just heard that. It's unclear whether the death penalty will be pursued in that case. So we just heard that. Let me get the clock up on the screen here. By the way, I owe a couple thank yous. Thank you to Carissa for the memberships. I appreciate it, Carissa. William Daly, our member. Gamer Chris, our member. Tommy K, our member. King Naka, our member. Soka Deb, thanks for the membership. Thank you, Jerry Kovacs. Thank you, Jerry. And Bumblebee, our member. And I think I thanked OU Mike before. And also, oh, hold on. I think I have video from the briefing room. I have video from the Brown University shooting briefing room. So I'm going to put that on the screen, even though it's not starting yet. Hang on a moment here. Thanks to Toolman Tim. Thanks Toolman Tim for the gift subs, and Fish Like It's 1999 for your support on Twitch. Let me get for you guys up on the screen. Hang on. Might as well put it up there. We have the video of it. There is the room where the press conference is going to be taking place. Turn down the volume. That's live in Providence, Rhode Island, and I want to show you the new photo and videos they have put out in that case. All right, so we're going to talk about this, and we're also covering this story about an MIT professor, MIT professor of nuclear science and engineering, and also physics, who was killed, shot and killed at his home in Brookline, Massachusetts last night. Nuno Loureiro. This is his MIT website page. You can see it says Nuno Loureiro, Professor of Nuclear Science and Engineering, Director, Plasma Science and Fusion Center. Sadly, he was killed overnight, 47 years old. We don't know why he was killed. We don't know who killed him and why. We don't know if there's possibly any relation between we don't know if there's any kind of connection between the shooting and killing of the MIT professor at his home, which is about an hour drive from Brown University. So that's another story we're keeping an eye on too. And I will let you know if I hear more about that. Thank you to our moderators. Why would there be a connection? Just because of location or something else, says Jazzy Renee? Well, both of them are shootings involving academia. Both of them are shootings involving highly distinguished, elite, some would say, Northeastern colleges, Brown and MIT. So that's another reason to think there could be a connection. I have no idea if there is. I'm just saying, I think it's a natural question to ask. Let's see here. So, by the way, quick thanks to our moderators. Ruth is moderating. Thank you, Ruth. Charm Accents is moderating. Yes, on YouTube. Thank you. Over on Twitch, we have Cerrero, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, J. Joannid, Matthew Kohai 3, and Tariag. And on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, big thank you. And Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Shannon Davis Hughes is also moderating. Thank you to Paper Chaser CEO. Paper Chaser CEO, thank you. What I want to do, guys, before this Brown shooting press conference, I want to show you some of the new photo and video that I have seen come out today about regarding in this investigation. So first of all, here is a new photo that has been released, an enhanced image. This is an enhanced image I'm going to show you of that the FBI and Providence Police released today of the suspect. Well, of the, I don't know if they're, the suspect who has not been named. I guess it's a person of interest. They're calling this person a person of interest. So that is a new photo that was released today, a new image of the person of interest. Yeah, the Providence Police, I think it was, said, we are releasing a new image of the person. Did they call this an enhanced photo in one of the posts? I have to look this up and see. Or is this not the... FBI Boston said it's a new image. Providence Police said it's a new image. I don't know if this is enhanced. Providence Police also says they're going to be releasing additional media. Well, there's a video that got released too. All right. Anyways, that's a new image that was posted today by the FBI and Providence Police. There was some reporting I saw of a possible enhanced image to be released, but I'm not aware that this is it. Okay, let me show you. Let me show you the video that came out too. All right, hold on. Authorities also released a video. FBI, by the way, offering a reward of up to $50,000 for information leading to the identification, arrest, and conviction of the individual responsible. Hey, thank you. God is on vacation. Who thinks Providence needs to hire a PR firm? Thank you, God is on vacation. Hey, here is this new video that was released. This is called it's a video timeline. Oh, is the page deleted now? Hey, what happened with this? FBI Boston had posted a video timeline. Is it deleted? Why don't I see it anymore? I can still see the original. Did FBI Boston delete the video timeline? Well, I still have it loaded on one of my website, on one of my browser windows. I'm so confused. Oh, enhanced video. I found the enhanced video. Sorry. The enhanced video came out. Breaking news. Breaking news. We have the enhanced videos. I'm sorry. The enhanced video was released while the press conference, I think, was going on about Rob Reiner murders. So here, let me show you this. This is from Providence Police. We have the enhanced video. Breaking news. Some of you have probably seen this, but I had not seen this. Here is the enhanced video. We are releasing an enhanced video of the person of interest. Maybe I should zoom in on the lower right part? Is that what it is? Or how much is it? All right, there's the lower right part. Whoa, okay. Enhanced video. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to zoom in on just the bottom part in general. Look at this. I bet they're going to talk about this in the press conference. Again, you are looking at the enhanced video that was just released by the Providence Police. Wow. One of our viewers said someone should recognize him. This was before the incident. We're waiting for the press conference to start. Let me actually put the headline back on the screen. And what I'm going to do is I am going to maybe this up here and then get this a little bigger for you. Watch again. The new enhanced video, you're looking at it. Wow. Of the person of interest in the Brown University shooting. I had seen some reporting, I can't remember the exact quote, but there was a report earlier today I saw that said like the Rhode Island DA thought with all of the evidence coming out that he thought there would be a break in the case soon. Now that I see this, I mean, yeah, I certainly, we were saying last night, we were talking about, well, with all these photos coming out and videos, it would seem like maybe somebody could recognize this person if they knew him. I mean, now that we have all of this stuff, I don't know that anybody will recognize him, But I agree with the viewer who said that a viewer thought somebody would recognize him. I certainly agree that this is enough that a person could recognize this person. I'm not saying they will be recognized, but if somebody, you know, if somebody knows this person, I certainly could see them looking at this and saying, wow, that really looks a lot like this person I know. And the jacket, maybe somebody knows a person who owns this jacket. And Anna says he's got a recognizable gait. Static X says the jacket is rather distinctive. I mean, look at this. Look at that right there. All right, so I'm guessing they're going to show, because this was released about 40 minutes ago by the Providence Police. I'm going to guess that they're going to show this in the press conference. Press conference coming up in 16 minutes. Wow. Enhanced video. Released by the authorities. That's really something, that one too, with him on the left there. It's a pretty clear shot of the guy walking. He also, you can see he does have appears to have a bag over his right shoulder. Am I right about this, guys? That in at least some of the, it's some sort of bag on his right shoulder. I don't know if that's where his weapon was, but seems pretty clear in some of the shots there. One of our viewers said little sling bag. I don't know if it's in all the shots. Doesn't look like it's in that one. Watch, hold on. You'll see there's one which looks like he has a bag in it. I think a couple. Yeah, so there you don't see it. Although I wonder if he could be wearing it underneath there. Yeah, there one, you don't see it there. Maybe it's the next one after this. Right here, right there, look at this one. Look at this one, right here. Right here. Let me replay that one. Yeah, I mean, come on. Look at that one. It's very interesting. In a bunch of those videos, he doesn't have a bag on. One of our viewers said, where did it go? Where did that bag come from? Said one of the viewers. Oh, now the times, this one, so this is 2:51. This is about an hour before the shooting. That shot right there is about an hour before the shooting. Then this is 2:53. I mean, look, you know what's weird? Hey guys, this shot is 2:53 p.m. This is 2 minutes after the other one. But in the previous one, he has a bag. That's 2:51 Eastern Time. He clearly has a bag. This is 2 minutes later. This next one, I don't even see a bag. Anyways. Right there. That's 2:53. Does he? Oh, maybe he does there. Maybe he does. You know, one of our viewers said it looks like you can see the strap there. Yeah, actually, I think you can. Right there. Okay. One of our viewers, I think it was just hard to see the strap. It looks like he does have a strap there. Right there. Anyways, though, there's others where he doesn't seem to have the bag. Like right, which one is it? Right there does not appear to be a bag there. Yeah, you don't see anything on these two, on this one. Anyways, you guys can look this over if you want more, but my point is it does appear that in some of the shots he has a bag, in some of the shots he doesn't. I'm going to post a link to this so you can watch it. I reposted it on my X account. I just posted it. Providence Police posted it. You can look it up on Providence Police. I just posted a link. In case you guys want to... let me make it a little smaller here because I want to just let people know that we're covering this press conference coming up. But this is the new enhanced video. How do I do this so you guys can see that we have the press conference coming up? You know what I'm going to do? Sorry. Let me get rid of this and let me just do it this way. There. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I did it wrong. Let me just one more time. Give me one more second here. But press conference coming up. We're going to have it live for you momentarily in about 10 minutes. Has the bag been found? One of the viewers said. That I do not know. AKA Macro Geek says he strolls like he's expecting to meet someone. Give me a moment here, guys. Give me a moment. Reuters reports that the FAA issued another warning to major airlines of a worsening security situation when flying over Venezuela and urged them to exercise caution. Phil Stewart from Reuters says the FAA says threats could pose a potential risk to aircraft at all altitudes, including during overflight, the arrival and departure phases of flight, and or airports and aircraft on the ground, the FAA said in a notice. Hold on, there's like a sound check going on or something. Hold on.
Press list. I will have two folks standing right over here. Please give them your email and your phone number. We're starting in about 10 minutes. I want to get to everyone's questions. We're going to start from the left, and we're going to go working our way to the right. Everyone is going to have an opportunity to ask one question and one follow-up question. If you have any additional questions, come yell at me over there, and I will set up an interview for you. When we're done, I'm going to try to set up as many interviews as I can back here, but we're pretty booked. We're going to start right at 5.
Once we go through everybody, we'll have one question, one follow-up, and there's still time to go back to the first one again.
If we're able to, but I'm not promising that. I think once we get to the right, we're going to have to. Thank you.
All right, they're starting in 8 minutes. They're starting in 8 minutes.
So, I'm sorry.
8 minutes.
They want to take me and then they can start to sit down.
There's a lot going on. Sorry, hold on a second here. hang on. A couple of our viewers, sorry. Why am I seeing? Okay. Yeah, you know, guys, some of our viewers are asking about some name that's floating around the internet. And some people online are claiming that Brown University has deleted the profile of somebody. I know very little about this. And I don't want to start putting out names of people and claiming they're suspicious. So I will certainly keep an eye on things, but you know, I'd be careful with this kind of thing. It is a very regular occurrence that when a when a big crime happens, that the internet thinks they have figured it out and puts out a name and it turns out to be wrong. Now, once in a while, the name floating around turns out to be right. But I don't want to start putting out names of things based on internet speculation, because it's a very regular occurrence. It happens during our coverage, and I see it all the time, when it turns out to be wrong. And so I don't want to start putting out names of people and then have it turn out that that person has nothing to do with anything. But I'll certainly keep an eye on the internet discussion. You know? So the point is not that it certainly could turn out that they name a person of interest and it turns out to be the name floating around on the internet. Quite often, it does not turn out to be the name floating around the internet. So I don't want to start throwing around names.
Yeah. Channel 1 is the main the channel 2 is just the back.
And by the way, there's about to be a press conference coming up in 4.5 minutes. 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, camera. That's the main.
You know what? Let me pull something up for you. Hold on 1 second here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Hang on. Oopsie, that's kind of big.
Okay,
What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the video up on the side here so you guys can see it while this is going on. That's how I'm going to do this. This is the enhanced video. that has been released of the person of interest, just to have it up there. So the internet speculation I was talking about, the internet speculation, the claim among the that's talked about in the internet speculation is that Brown University deleted references to a particular person off of its website. And some people online are claiming that must be the person who did this. Again, I have no idea if any of this is true. As I said, it is quite a regular occurrence that names start floating around on the internet when a big crime is committed and they turn out to be false. Once in a while, they turn out to be true. But I just don't want to start putting names out based on internet speculation right now. But I'll let you know what I hear. Thank you to B. Beard and Jeremy Luby and YouTube Valentin for your support, and Rick Iser and Bring the Teeth, who thinks they know who he really is. Granite Man thinks the suspect may have destroyed the clothing and the gun. Thanks, Granite Man. And also Honey Bee Fly, thanks for your support. And Shadow Taker and Cachette, thanks for being a member. Surfing the Darkness, Breezy 2503, thanks sevenfold. Thanks to Who Shot JR over there on Twitch, and Toolman Tim for the gift subs. Any moment now, this press conference is starting. I can turn off the clock because it's now counting up. So we're waiting any moment for the press conference. While we're waiting, I have on the screen the video, the new enhanced video of the person of interest that is being looked for. We also will be talking more about overnight a MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, University professor of that professor who taught nuclear science and engineering and physics was murdered. Well, he was shot and killed at his home in Brookline, Massachusetts. So unclear the circumstances of that. But we certainly, he's 47-year-old Nuno Loureiro, MIT University, MIT Nuclear Science and Engineering and Physics Professor, Director of their Plasma Science and Fusion Center. That happened overnight.
Police also released an enhanced photo of the suspect, and for those of you who watch Law & Order or NCI, this is not the enhanced photo you may have been expecting through this process. It's kind of a zoomed up look. Remember, it's all in the intricacies. So, for instance, it showed you a full body shot of him, so you can see that jacket clearer. It's not a black jacket, it's a jacket that has dark green into it. He had a bag in the shot that was kind of a crossbody bag. Not sure if we see that bag while he's he's walking in the other video that was released by the FBI, about 6 minutes long. Here's what I do know. My law enforcement sources tell me that they believe that these new videos released today will help them bring this case. So this is why video has always been important to this case. The question is now, did he walk into a neighborhood, or did he call an Uber? Is he still in that neighborhood? And of course, it all comes down to the motive. Why did he walk into that particular class?
Just a quick update here. The FBI has posted again. They had posted it, then they deleted it. They posted a 5-minute, they call it a video timeline. Video timeline showing the movements of the person of interest. So we can watch that after the press conference. Shows him walking in various areas, the locations, and it's a video timeline they've assembled of all these locations he was spotted in. It's about 5 minutes long. Okay?
Investigatory. We were going to talk to the Brown Police Chief to ask questions like, what time did the text alert go off? Why didn't they sound the alarm that was installed back in 2007? And why were the doors open during a final exam in a school that's already seen a lot of protests? So I'm not walking out the door right now. So let's quickly go to my colleague Molly Levine, who's outside the engineering building. Molly, we're going to interrupt you if we have to for this press conference. But what's the atmosphere there?
Seemingly right past police officers as he's walking away from the scene. So there's still a number of questions that we have, questions that we're hoping to have answered right now. But
Look, this is starting now. Looks like it's starting now. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. We are starting right now.
Good evening, everybody. It's Providence Mayor Russ Smiley with another update today. In just a moment, Colonel Perez will give an update on the investigation, including video that was released. That video was released just a little while ago. If you were here and do not have that video, you can see Camille or Julie, and they can send that to you while we're reporting. Additionally, Camille and Julie are your contact to be on the press distribution list to be advised of future announcements. At this time, I'll introduce Providence Police Chief Colonel Oscar Perez.
Thank you, Mayor. And so as the Mayor stated, we're about to show you a video. If we can have the LP officer play it.
I think this is the enhanced video we have just been looking at the last few minutes that Providence Police posted about an hour ago.
Thank you, Joe. So as the mayor stated, if you don't have these videos, please let us know. And the reason we have shown these videos, there's a purpose, right? So as you can see, they're enhanced photos, there's enhanced video footage, and so we're asking the public to ensure that they can see them. They can see here that you want to focus on the body movements, the way the person moved their arms, the body posture, the way they carry their weight. I think those are important movement patterns that may help you identify this individual, which is extremely important. Another thing that we're going to ask the public is if you have any type of camera system, including Teslas, in your property. In this video that you just saw behind me, it all comes from the residential block of Waterman Avenue, Power, Ives, and Hope Street. And it's those residential areas that we're asking the public to look, if you have any camera systems or any Teslas, like I mentioned, that you look at that footage and that you can reach out to us and please provide us anything that you have. And we're asking you to go back at least a week to do that. And the reason for that is because on Saturday night, the day of, we actually learned that this individual was in that neighborhood at around 10:30 in the morning. We also know in this profession that many criminals will case out an area weeks and days prior. And so it's important for us to ensure that we can have you look at that and help us. And the reason for that is because our offices, our agents, are looking at terabytes of data. And we're looking for a moment that is shorter than somebody taking a breath. It's incredible hard work to do that. And so we're asking the public to assist us with that. The other thing is the tip center. We have been receiving hundreds of tips. However, we're about close to 200 actionable tips that we're still conducting investigations on, which is incredible and is important. Again, keep in mind that this video footage is extremely important to us. And one more thing here, that as a reminder, please remember that the number that we need you to call is 401-272-3121, as well as the link that the FBI provided, which is fbi.gov, Brown University shootings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colonel. Now we'll hear from FBI Special Agent in Charge, Ted Dux.
No, thank you, Mayor, and good evening. My name is Ted Dux. I'm the Special Agent in Charge of FBI Boston. On the heels of this tragedy, the strength and resilience of the people of Providence is a powerful reminder of the bonds that unite us. The men and women of the FBI, along with the law enforcement team standing before you, carry the victims with us as we work around the clock to bring the individual responsible for their injuries and deaths to justice. Today, the FBI is working with Brown University to do everything we can to provide services to those impacted by this horrific shooting. The FBI has almost 30 victim specialists, special agents, and analysts from all over the country who are here in Providence to support our survivors, the victims, and their loved ones. The FBI Victim Services Response Team is one of the many specialized FBI assets that have been deployed here to assist. The toll this type of tragedy takes on victims and their families is immeasurable, and we ask everyone to respect their privacy at this difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you, Special Agent. Next, Attorney General Peter Nerona.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a lot to add other than that from my perspective, I think the investigation in a case like this, which is a challenging one, is going really well. On the third floor of this building, there are dozens of agents, detectives, led by Providence Police, prosecutors from my office, working to put together, and what you're seeing is just a portion of what they're working on right now. So they are literally, because I have seen at least part of it, the shift changes late at night. I think Rhode Islanders should take confidence in their work. They are veterans of what they do. They're smart, they're professional, and they're getting the resources from the mayor and the governor that they need, the state police as well, to get this job done, and I'm confident they're going to be able to do that. Just need a little bit of patience, as hard as it is to say that in this really horrible context. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Governor Dan McKee for an update now.
Thanks, Mayor. And right off the top, we're just making sure that the state is supporting Providence and Brown University, and then working with the FBI as well as our state police and the Attorney General to continue to provide information to the people in the state of Rhode Island. My information is that recently, today, we've met with all the university presidents in the state of Rhode Island. We know that we want to start a working group that will talk about enhancing the safety issues. And you'll see shortly that we'll be doing the same thing in terms of the mental health issues. And I think that's important as I'm out and about. We're hearing a great deal of anxiety coming from families and students and the general public. And that's one of the reasons why our state police has supported the Providence schools with presence as school begins and school ends, in support of the mayor and his efforts to support the schools.
Thank you, Governor. We're also joined tonight by Brown University President Christina Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to begin by thanking the many law enforcement agencies who continue to work around the clock on this case. It's very impressive. I also want to thank the mayor and the governor for their continued support. The primary point that I wanted to address before we get to questions is that Brown is deeply committed to the safety and security and well-being of our community. And I've been deeply saddened to see people questioning that. We understand that as time goes on, there is maybe a natural instinct to assign responsibility for a tragic event like this. Anxiety and fear is very natural, but the shooter is responsible. Horrific gun violence took the lives of these students and hospitalized others. And it's deeply sad and tragic that schools across the country are targets of violence. Brown is no exception. We are cooperating fully with law enforcement, and again, we thank the multiple agencies that have been working so hard day and night with increased patrols to keep our campus safe and to investigate this horrific shooting. Thank you.
Thank you, President Paxson. I'll give a couple updates on behalf of the city, and then we'll take your questions. First, as has been discussed many times, we continue to have enhanced police presence throughout the city of Providence to help bolster the confidence and provide a sense of additional security to our residents. Today, we were aided by neighboring municipalities in Central Falls and North Providence with supplemental officers. We're grateful to our neighbors for sticking up and standing up with Providence. The state police continues to be an incredible partner, and I thank the governor and Colonel Weaver for their partnership. Providence Public Schools remain in session. Friday is the last day of school before winter break. Spent some time at our schools again today. As has been the case in the past, the schools in the area of Brown are having regular police presence, and because of the assistance of the Rhode Island State Police, we've been able to provide additional police presence and coverage to other schools in Providence, and we thank them for that. When I was at one of our elementary schools this morning, the faculty were having a brief meeting before kids started to arrive, and in discussion with some of the teachers, I asked how they were doing. One of the teachers said what I think a lot of us are feeling. She said, it's hard, but I'm putting on a good face for the kids. We need to be here for them. And I think that's how a lot of our residents feel right now, which is that we are taking very tentative steps forward, but we're doing it for one another. And so I do want to thank our educators at this time. They're being asked to go to school right now. Our principals are asked to be going to school right now for the sake of the families and the kids. And at that same school, there was a second grader literally skipping to the front door because he's a second grader, and he doesn't know everything that's going on in this scary world right now. And so the strength of the adults has allowed that little kid to skip to school this morning, and so I want to thank all of my fellow residents of Providence for putting on a strong face for the sake of others at this time. There were questions yesterday, and so I'll also just give a brief update on the health status of the survivors. If folks will recall, there had been 8 hospitalized. One has since been discharged. There had been 8 hospitalized. One has since been discharged. The 7 that remain in the hospital, one is in critical status, 5 in critical but stable status, although healthcare providers report that they are improving, and 1 in stable status. Those are the 7. 1 in critical, 5 in critical but stable, 1 in stable status, and 1 discharged since the last time we made comments about their safety and recovery from the podium. Now we'll open it up to questions.
En español para el jefe de la policía, Pérez, si puede responder nuevamente, repetir un poco de estos videos, en qué áreas se están concentrando, dónde quieren que las personas vean esos videos y cuánto tiempo antes incluso quieren que reciban o revisen esos videos de vigilancia.
Yeah, so the question was if I could just repeat what I stated earlier in English as far as what occurred here, the reasons of the video, and what I was requesting from the public. So, estamos pidiendo al público verdaderamente que el video lo que hicimos fue que lo aumentamos para que vean la manera en cómo camina la persona, cómo mueve sus brazos, los movimientos que tiene. Eso es muy importante para que de pronto nos ayuden a que ellos se identifiquen a esta persona, importantísimo. Lo segundo es que estos videos fueron tomados más que todo en una área residencial que incluye la calle Hope, la calle de la Waterman Avenue, la calle de la Power Street y la calle de la Ive Street. Entonces es importantísimo, están pidiendo al público que identifique si tiene sistemas de cámaras, también como vehículos de los Tesla, que tiene ese tipo de data, para que nos los mande a nosotros, importantísimo para nosotros verificarlo y que vayan una semana atrás del incidente. Porque hay una información que tenemos que esta persona a las 10 de la mañana del sábado fue vista.
Chief Perez, you said that you believe this person was in the neighborhood at 10:30. Clarify, you believe that was at 10:30 the morning of the shooting, and what do you believe he was doing there at that time?
Correct, and we have video footage of that, and we believe that he was actually casing out this area to commit the crime. That's a pattern that criminals do, and that's what he was doing.
Chief, yesterday the FBI described the person that we've been seeing in these images as a suspect. Today the language seems to be person of interest. Can you clarify, do you believe that this person that we're looking at is your shooter, is your shooting suspect?
Definitely he's still a person of interest, and we're still investigating that to be able to get that answer. But we strongly believe definitely there's a suspect in the incident and a person of interest.
Exactly. Right.
An MIT professor died earlier this morning from gunshot wounds. Does that incident have any potential connection to this investigation?
Now that we know of, no.
In the back, sir.
To ask you, yesterday we were wondering about this person's age. Now that we've seen more video, again, a couple of days ago, I know you were saying 20s, so some talk about 30s, but just to help people at home, people seeing this video, do profilers or anyone in your department have any better understanding, a closer idea on his age? And the second part of that question is, can you now confirm that he has no connection as a past student or as a past staff member at the university?
So the first question, I'll tell you that when it happened on Saturday night, obviously it was chaos, and there was a witness that stated that he might have been in his 30s. At this point, we're still just looking at the picture. We haven't identified ages or anything to that point. And as far as whether he's a problem student or anything, we don't have any of those answers, no.
Colonel, in one of the new videos prior to the shooting, this person's interest is seen running. At this point, do you have any inkling why he's running, where he's running to?
Sorry, yeah, we're still investigating that, but we do know definitely that he was casing the area. And again, that's what criminals do prior to committing a crime.
Chris.
It appears that the FBI and PP, at least according to what I'm looking at online, look like they're releasing separate videos at separate times. Are you guys still coordinating, or how are these looking?
We are. You got to understand that there's a lot of people upstairs, as the general stated earlier, and we're trying to ensure that we do this right job and collect the evidence and that we need, and we want to make sure that everybody has especially you guys in the public. One thing I want to make sure that the community is safe, well informed, and stay confident in the work that we're doing. So yes, there was a video that was released, but we also were working on another video, and the purpose of this this press conference is to ensure that the public can see those videos showing movements, like I stated earlier, the way a person walks, the way they carry their weight. That's the importance. And so our video, the second video that we showed was the one that we needed to show the public.
Just
all right, please.
In terms of cameras inside and outside the engineering building, are those working at all? And if so, why not release some of those videos?
So the video that we showed you came from inside the building, and that's all we had at the moment. That's all we have at this moment. Correct.
Inside the engineering building, though?
I'm sorry?
It's from the outside of the building.
From the
I'm
outside,
sorry.
so do you have video from
Yes.
inside the engineering building?
Both inside and outside. I'm sorry, just outside. That's all we have, not inside. No, I'm sorry, just outside.
Are they going to be released anytime soon, the ones from inside the building?
That was released already. That was the outside of the building. We released that.
Yeah, let me just jump here and clarify. Okay, so there is, for those of you who've been with us before, and I understand not all of you have been, there is video inside the building. There are cameras inside the building. What we have released to you are videos of this person of interest. So I want to be clear, because later on there may be other videos that get released in the course of a prosecution. Likely will be at some point. They show things like chaos after the shooting. What they don't show is this person of interest, and so that's why we haven't released those videos. Okay, what you do have are videos from a camera outside of the Brown building and other cameras from around the neighborhood that the good men and women in law enforcement located and put together in this montage. And to your question, Chris, there are two versions of that video, but the bottom line is they, as I understand it, they depict the same thing, and number one, and number two, the agencies are working very, very well together, as I think the special agent in charge would agree.
Attorney General. Right, so you've got a follow-up, and then we're going here.
Just to clarify, there's no clear video of the suspect inside the engineering video.
I just said that.
That's correct.
No, can I just ask as well, further to the surveillance footage that you have received? I've been here since Saturday speaking to people who are living in the residential buildings around, and in the businesses, and many of the store clerks there have told me it wasn't until this morning that the police have actually come to ask them if they had anything that they could offer, any CCTV or any evidence that they could provide. Why has it taken 3 days for these people to have the police come to them to ask them for assistance?
As I stated earlier, it's a residential block that includes a lot of homes, a lot of different camera footage, and it takes a lot of work in the sense that there's a lot of terabytes that we're looking at in order to be able to analyze it, pull what we need, and sometimes it's just a moment that we need, and it's shorter than somebody taking a breath, so it takes a lot of work. And then so once that leads us to a next location, and so we move strategically, we have to pull the video, download it, analyze it, investigate it, and then move forward. It takes time.
Mr. Attorney General.
Yeah, I just want to jump in there too, because I think I want to clarify in a sense what the chief is saying. Is that you start in the grid in the first instance that's closest to Brown. It takes a lot of work to canvass that area, and then you build out as you learn more about the path of travel. So it's entirely possible that tomorrow we'll be canvassing places that we haven't canvassed yet because we're working out with the resources that we have.
Dan, go ahead.
We have a question and a follow-up, right?
Yeah. Yes.
My first question, Attorney General, to follow up on my colleague, this is the question I asked on Saturday night, which is, so there's cameras in the hallway, but they don't show the suspect, or Brown is not releasing them, or you're not releasing them to us. How does a multi-million-dollar school not have a bunch of cameras in the hallway?
So let me try to explain that. So as President Paxson knows, there was a major addition put on that building within the last 5 years or so. That is a modern building attached to a much older one in the back. So it doesn't come as a surprise to me, at least, that there are cameras in the newer part of the building. And there is video footage, okay? So there's the back part of the building, old part, and front part, new part. The shooting occurs in the old part, towards the back, out towards Hope Street. In that older part of the building, there are fewer, if any, cameras in that location. I imagine because it's an older building. So as students are fleeing the area of the shooting into the new part of the building, there are cameras in that brand new building that show that chaos. But the only video of the presumed, anticipated, suspected, however you want to define it, person of interest, you have it. We would release it if we thought it would be helpful in identifying this subject, because we are relying on the press and public to help get us there. There would be no reason for us to hold it back. We're looking for the best image we can.
Dan got a follow-up.
Attorney General, thank you for explaining that, because it really clarifies it. Although I'm sure some people watching would think a multi-million-dollar school with a huge endowment could afford new cameras in an old building. That's my statement. Here's my question. If he's casing that area, Colonel, like you said, he had an intended target, which speaks to the motive. Did he have a target to kill one of the two people that were killed?
We're still investigating it, Dan, and it's something that we're trying to get the answers as well. So,
Patrick.
For President Paxson, have you reviewed any communications to Brown before the shooting that revealed any kind of threat, any kind to anyone at Brown? And then since the shooting, I believe some web pages for students or faculty have been taken down. Is that a response to any external threats to anyone in the community?
We have been working very closely with law enforcement to provide them with all of the internal to Brown information that they need to do this investigation. It's their investigation. They're the professionals. So we're providing information. We're not in the job of reviewing it for them. I know nothing about web pages being taken down as part of this. It's the first I've heard of it.
In the back. Yep.
You want people to feel safe. Can you say this person of interest is no longer in Providence, no longer in Rhode Island? Are they out of the state? Do we have any sense at all?
I can't speak to the investigation, and if there's a follow-up for either the general or the colonel, I'm sure they'd be happy to answer it. But I'll restate what I've said several times now, which remains true as another day passes. Since the initial call came in at 4:05 p.m. on Saturday, we have not received, and this is now updated with another 24 hours have passed, a single credible, specific threat to the area, to the city related to this event, and as far as I know, to the state. And I know that this is a question that many people are struggling with, and it's difficult conversations that I've had with many, many of my constituents, including a very anxious parent this morning. The best information we have is that there is no credible, actionable, specific threat that has occurred since Saturday. And in order to enhance and ensure the safety of our community, we have stepped up law enforcement efforts throughout the city in a precautionary measure, in an abundance of caution, to try to give comfort and confidence to people who have to take the steps forward in their daily lives, who have to take their kids to school, who have to get to work. And that is the honest answer and the best answer we have at this time as the days continue to pass.
Mr. Mayor, with that, can you tell us where you believe he may be? Is he in the state? Is he in the area?
So that question was asked as well, so Colonel, I'll let you answer that.
Yeah, we'll continue to investigate that. That's not, listen, we're looking for the same answers as the mayor stated. We haven't really received any credible info as far as any other calls for that nature, but I'll tell you that we have enhanced our presence in a part of the city, and we're using every resource we have, and every call that comes in, we're responding to it immediately.
Pat.
Are you working with any neighboring states?
It's Pat, so we're working our way across the room here. Pat.
Pat Ford, Coalition Radio. In a case involving a hit-and-run accident in the vicinity of Brown University that was litigated by the Office of Attorney General Nerone in 2023, Brown University Police Detective John Remke stated that the university maintains several thousand video surveillance cameras and license plate readers on Brown University campus and surrounding campus. Now, this is in addition, obviously, to the Providence Police Data Center. Attorney General Nerone, your department litigated that case, ostensibly giving your department a thorough understanding of the landscape. Why isn't there more video or metadata, and were those cameras all operational?
Yeah, I can't speak to what was operational or wasn't, but I will say this, that, and I've answered this question a few times today, and I'll try to do my best to answer it again. So somebody reported, it might have been the Globe, that there are 800 cameras or so on the campus. It might have been the Globe. 1,200. But this building is on the very edge of the campus. If you know, I know that building well. I had two sons who spent a good chunk of their lives there. It's at the very edge of the campus. It's not in the heartland of the campus. It's not the green. And there are several greens. It's not any of the three greens as I remember them. So it's right on the edge of the campus, and where the shooting took place is at the very edge of that building on the edge of the campus. And so, as those of you who know Providence know, you are very quickly into a residential neighborhood, which is why the video footage you're seeing of this defendant's, person of interest movements, are pre and post shooting are in that neighborhood. So the building is on the edge of the Brown campus. Where the shooting took place is at the edge of that building, and then you're very quickly into a residential neighborhood. There is no footage I'll try to say it again. There is no footage that depicts this individual that would be useful in identifying him that we have not released to you. And I think you can tell from, frankly, the not very helpful quality of the initial footage that our standard is pretty low. If we thought it was at all helpful, we would have and will release it. John.
Follow-up question, real quick follow-up.
Colonel, hold on, sir.
Does Brown University or the federal government employ Stingray or any other mass surveillance equipment in and around the Brown University campus? And again, remember that the Brown University detective said that these applied and said that these cameras extend to the neighborhood. So the other question is, does mass surveillance by Brown University end at campus borders, or is there anything in the Thayer Street community, downtown area, or anywhere else in the community?
You asked me this question last night, Pat, and I don't have any knowledge of those systems.
Respectfully, Mayor, I'm not asking you, I'm asking the Attorney General or the FBI.
Okay. Yeah, there's no mass surveillance. Well, first of all, I'm not sure what mass surveillance means, Pat, but by any standard, I wouldn't describe it as mass surveillance by Brown University. There are cameras that they have in place in an effort to protect their students. And unfortunately here, given location, given age of building, we just don't have additional video footage. Trust me, I wish we did, but we don't, and so we're doing everything we can to find additional footage from the neighborhoods, reinvent his path of travel, and continue to canvass for either people who may have seen him, encountered him, or who have video evidence that could supplement what you already have. John.
I have a question for Agent Dox of the FBI. Agent, so this happened Saturday night, and then last night you have an MIT professor. I know the question was asked, but this has to work. What we see on this video is seemingly as someone very cautious, almost like a professional, kind of like the DC pipe bomber that is circling several times.
Right.
What information do you have? That MIT Jewish professor in Brookline was basically executed. Do you have any intelligence how that person was operating yet?
You know, it's interesting. The Colonel Noble reached out to me very early. Their lead on that particular incident. He made sure that if there's any intelligence, any information in which is connected to what we have here, that they would share that. At this time, there seems to be no connection as it relates to that particular incident.
What, as a FBI agent follow-up, what do you see in that individual who's walking? For example, you know, he's walking with his arms behind his back, and I've seen people talk about that's not like a young kid on a campus. That scene where he's you know walking, that's something more either European or Middle Eastern. What do you see so far in this video that we see of this suspect or person of interest?
You know, I think the Colonel articulated in a sense what they see. I say from an FBI perspective, we have individuals that can hypothesize on that, our behavioral analysis unit, and those type of individuals. I will say I would be, I think, getting a little ahead of things if I give you kind of an inference of what I see in that particular behavior. It can mean a lot of things, to be truly transparent with you, and to get into the mind of an individual that would commit such a heinous act. That's a place in which I don't want to go right now. I'm not sure what was going on in that particular individual's head at that
but
time.
You would agree,
John, that's it.
This individual seems very calculated.
Brian in the back.
President Paxson, clearly, as you stated, the shooter is to blame, but you're hearing a lot of questions about the lack of cameras. You mentioned you've heard some of the criticisms. What is your response to parents as well who said they pay a lot of money for their kids to go to Brown and questioning the cameras, why the sirens didn't go off? Do you believe that Brown had the precautions and safety measures in place before the shooting that were appropriate and necessary?
I do. And in fact, I'm glad you mentioned the sirens because I think there's been some misinformation about that. We have two security systems that we can activate in time of an emergency. One is a system that sends out text messages, phone calls, emails, and it was activated within minutes of the incident. Those messages went out to 20,000 individuals, so all alerts. We also have a system of sirens. There are 3 sirens placed across campus. Those get activated when there is a broad-scale emergency and we want people to rush into buildings. In the case of an active shooter, activating that system could have caused people to rush into Barris and Hawley. So that's not a system that we would ever use in the case of an active shooter. So,
Just to follow up.
Yep.
It does say on the website when it was launched that it is for an active shooter. So
it depends on the circumstances and where the active shooter would be, but you don't want to ever get people rushing into buildings that might be the site of an active shooting.
That's it.
That's my understanding.
Go ahead, sir.
Do you have any evidence that suggests that the victim, Ella Cook, may have been targeted?
No, not at this point.
Yeah, agreed.
Question over here. You mentioned you have over 200 tips.
Miss, we're working our way across. I'm sorry. Let's go ahead, Tom.
Attorney General Narono, what are the characteristics of the guy in the first video that makes you believe that he's also the same guy in the video that was released yesterday, and then a follow-up for President Paxson?
Yeah, look, I think that that is an analysis that has been done by the agents and the detectives. And a lot of factors are going into that. A lot of it is being able to, and as I just saw upstairs, a really terrific job of tracing movements. And when you put movements and times together, it's easy easier perhaps is the best word, to identify them as the same person. Now, look, there are no absolutes in any investigation, and I'm not about to make absolute statements in this one either. But that's the general reasoning for why we've concluded that.
And just a follow-up to President Paxson. Right now, school break is pretty much underway for a lot of the university students. Have you met with your police department and the Board of Trustees on how you're going to secure the university going into the second semester? Are you making any changes to the way you guys operate?
Well, right now we have been, the campus is emptying out first, as you said, but we still have staff and faculty and graduate students and international students who will remain on campus during the winter break. So it's still open. And right now our focus is on getting as many sort of boots on the ground, people in cars. We have been really fortunate that the city and other municipalities have people who are helping us. People from the state. We also have security that we brought in from outside. I think over 60 people today were patrolling the campus. I was on campus walking around, and I couldn't turn around without seeing a security person. So we will continue that for as long as we think it's necessary. And right now, the campus feels very secure.
So no
Thank
changes.
you.
Steve, I'm sorry, I missed you earlier.
Okay. If someone were, Providence resident were to see someone who matched the description of the person of interest, how would they be sure that they weren't dealing with a federal ICE agent?
The tip line that we've been providing throughout the last several days, 401-272-3121, that call comes in here and is answered in this building with Providence police professionals and our partners at the FBI. That is who's manning the phones, that is who's processing the tips, and we are encouraging anybody who has relevant information to please use that tip line, and they should know that that's who's on the other end of the phone. And again, if you have relevant information or information that you think might help us with this investigation, we encourage you to call.
But are there anything that could be differentiated between this person and an ICE agent who would be matched up walking through town and not be approached by the police in the same way this person was?
Again, we've worked really hard to build the trust of our community here in Providence, and I'm telling you that phone number, 401-272-3121, rings in this building and is answered by Providence Police and or FBI. Those are the agencies that are processing, running down, and investigating any relevant information, and we urge folks, if you have relevant information, to please use that phone number. Luke.
For the Colonel, do you have any indication as to whether all the interviews of the students in the classroom are completed? Is there any through line that you glean from those interviews?
No, we're still conducting those interviews as we speak.
Go ahead, please.
You mentioned that you have no idea if the shooter is still in the area. Have you been working with any law enforcement agencies in other states that are nearby?
Yes, we're working with every municipality here in the state of Rhode Island, and obviously every Massachusetts. Obviously we have conversations with them as well, but Majority of the law enforcement that we're working with right now is our own, nearby municipalities, the Rhode Island State Police, and every agency that you can think of, federal agency in this building.
Are you working with agencies in Connecticut?
We're in conversations with them, but no, they're not here, no.
Amanda, if I could just jump in here, what's really critical first is that we identify who the person is. Once we identify who this person is, I believe we'll be able to locate him. It's very hard to hide in this country. But until you have a name, which is why we're working so hard to identify him, it's not particularly productive to reach out to law enforcement across the country as to who you're looking for, because we don't yet know who we're looking for. So that's why we have to identify the person. Once we've identified him, we'll know more information about where he's from and who his friends are and where he might go. So those are the things that we can do once we have an identification of this person. And that's why the team now is laser focused on identifying who this person is in this video. Amanda.
I have some questions for the chief.
Yes.
The chief.
Amanda.
Just following up on another question that was just asked. I'm glad to hear that some of the students are beginning to recover. How many of the students who are inside that building and also outside have detectives been able to interview, and have they elaborated at anything that this man said? Allegedly, he yelled something in the classroom before opening fire. Did he appear to be wearing a bulletproof vest, and that's why he appeared bulky?
It's a good amount of interviews that have been conducted. We have re-interviewed several people. And so I just want to tell you that's part of the investigation right now. We'll continue to investigate. We'll continue to speak with them. And like the general stated, listen, we're just trying to build the case here and make sure that we can move forward and continue the progress as we're doing. But the interviews are still being conducted.
But Chief, they haven't elaborated. Chief, they haven't elaborated exactly in what this man, if he did say anything, what he was yelling.
Yeah, no, I don't have that info now.
Straight back, sir.
What do we know about the path of the shooter as they left Barris and Holly, and where do we lose sight of him?
So his movements were all in that residential block that I mentioned, between Waterman Avenue, Power Street, I Street, Hope Street. It's all that block. The whole residential block that I just mentioned is where his movements were. And then obviously that's where we lose sight of him somewhere around Governor Street.
Is this after the shooting, Chief?
In the back there.
Correct.
To that point, at any point, will there be kind of like a map put out as to which cameras you're seeing him on to kind of give an idea to the public of maybe my camera's there, maybe my Tesla's there, like you said?
Correct, great point, and something that we talked about just before I came down here to be able to release that map as well.
Alex.
For the Colonel, do investigators know how many shots have been fired yet, and can you tell us that?
So in our forensics unit, and obviously with the FBI as well, they're all there, and there was several rounds that were fired inside the building.
And just another follow, the image today of the person of interest, they have a satchel. Is it known if there were additional weapons in there or magazines of some kind?
No, that's all we know, that it was just that one weapon that I mentioned the other day.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this might be a question either for President Paxson or the Colonel here. I wanted to follow up on the scrubbed internet pages that were mentioned. There's a lot of misinformation out there. There's been a lot of speculation about what those scrubbed pages might mean. Can you help fact check, give us some information today about what this scrubbed individuals, about one very particular individual, does that have any connection to do with the shooting?
As I said before, I have no knowledge of any scrubbed pages. You can follow up with our communications office if you want to get more information, maybe tomorrow, but this is the first I've heard of it.
So I did, and then they directed me to Colonel Perez. Do you know anything about?
I do not know.
Go ahead, right behind, yes.
Hi, una pregunta para el coronel. ¿Qué es lo que ustedes ven en la descripción, en el lenguaje corporal de esta persona que los hace pensar que es una persona de interés? He hablado con personas de la comunidad que tienen cierta desconfianza porque ya liberaron a una persona que también era de interés. ¿Qué hace a esta persona la que pues, podría ser?
Yes, so the question is, what makes this person one of the suspects that we have that is a priority, and since we had released somebody already in the past, what makes this person the subject? So, la respuesta verdaderamente es que tenemos muchas indicaciones que este individuo es el que cometió esta tragedia. Entonces, tenemos estos videos que mostramos es por esa razón. la investigación nos está llevando en ese progreso a determinar que esta es la persona, por demasiadas cosas que vamos a seguir investigando. So the answer is pretty much that there's a lot of leads that we have here that identifies this individual as the person who committed this tragedy, and we have enough to be able to move forward in progress, and we're very confident that that is the individual that committed the crime.
You have one follow-up here? Or you go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
¿Por qué no llamarlo sospechoso entonces? ¿Y qué le dice a la comunidad que está angustiada?
So why don't we call him a suspect, and what do we tell the community that's nervous? So la respuesta es, verdaderamente, estamos llamando a una persona de interés, ¿verdad? Porque necesitamos crear un caso para poder llevarlo a la justicia y presentarlo al fiscal. Y así le decimos a la comunidad que realmente estamos en un trabajo y esta es una prioridad en este momento y una responsabilidad de que pongamos un caso completo para poder llevarlo a la justicia.
Can I just jump in here, Mayor, with your permission? I want to come back to your question about that name. And I know the name that you're asking about because a member of the media asked me about it. I am familiar with it. I wasn't familiar with it when the media member asked me about it. I think it was either CBS or NBC. I asked my team about it. And I think this is an area where caution is really necessary. There are lots of reasons why a page might be taken down, particularly if there's chatter out there about, to your question, Amanda, about words that were spoken. It's easy to jump from someone saying words that were spoken to what those words are, to a particular name that reflects a motive targeting a particular person. That's a really dangerous road to go down. Really dangerous. If that name meant anything to this investigation, we would be out looking for that person. We would let you know we were looking for that person. You know, again, I think it's just a really dangerous road to go down. I know that in today's age, there are lots of things that people read into things. It's just a dangerous thing to do. And I would leave it to us to identify persons of interest and let us run them down. What the public can do for us today is help us figure out who this guy is. And we hope to have more information out that will help you do that, help us do that.
You have a follow-up here.
I do, just
Yeah.
very, very quickly. It was further to my colleague's question, but you have answered most of it. But just in regards to the rumours that are circulating as well about the motive here, do you have any information regarding the rumours that a particular professor was being targeted?
Yeah, there is no information that the investigative team has about motive. Zero. There's nothing about, even if taking at face value what one or two witnesses may have said about what something was said, okay, and there are many witnesses that say nothing was said, there's nothing about what we know was perhaps said that indicates any kind of motive that is related at all to ethnicity or political outlook or culture. There's nothing at all that we know right now about that. And I think that is a dangerous road to go down, particularly in today's environment.
Patrick has a follow-up.
Does the fact that the satchel is in some videos and not in others, and his disappearance around Governor, either indicate that there's a vehicle involved or one of the houses involved, that he picks up the satchel or gets off the satchel? What does that tell us, the fact that he disappears, if there's a vehicle?
So the actions of a criminal, pretty much. I'll tell you that's you're right, and that's something that we're looking at. As you can see in the video, the satchel's on, sometimes it's not on. He has a heavy coat on. He has something in front of his abdomen. He could have hit the satchel, and something in the instance that we have, we'll continue to investigate. It's complex, but we'll continue to investigate as we go
Chris
on.
has got a follow-up. Chris has got a follow-up. Chris has got a follow-up.
Or are you assuming, like in Lewiston, Maine, after 4 days, the suspect had taken his own life? So if you just set the microphone, are you assuming right now that you're showing these videos that this is a suspect after 72 hours that's still alive? Or do you have dogs and thermal imaging from helicopters overhead that are looking for a person that's taken their own life?
Yeah, we're using a lot of resources. As soon as we get a lead, we continue to follow through with it. An investigation, I mentioned the other day, they start here and they lead in a different direction. So we're there. Yes, you're right. We use dogs. Yes, if we have a lead on something and we think that we need to go back and search it again, we need to re-interview, we're doing all that.
Chris, you've got the last question. Go.
This is for the Colonel and the AG. The mayor had noted the Boston Globe podcast that there were setbacks earlier in this investigation. Would you also say that initial detention with that first person of interest, would you
also categorize that as a setback?
Well, you know, the mayor and I agree on nearly everything, but we look at this case maybe from different backgrounds and experiences, perhaps. Certainly, the mayor has had many great experiences that I've never had, leading a city, for example. But I would not characterize it as a setback. The way I would characterize it is, it was a lead that had to be run to ground. And the person, as that lead was run to ground, there was an initial period where that lead looked very promising. But there was still physical evidence that had to be analyzed. And once it was analyzed, it was clear that that person was not a person involved here. But that's not unusual in investigations like this. And that's happening as we speak. We are developing people of interest. And, you know, some we quickly rule out, others we quickly rule in. And when I say persons of interest, people that could be this guy based on other evidence. So I would not view it as a setback. I mean, I think, frankly, the police work there and the analytical work that had to be taken out of state and brought back very quickly was very well done. Certainly was it a disappointment for those of us who hoped we could wrap this case quickly for the benefit of the Brown community and the people of Providence and Rhode Island, of course. But I don't know that I would use a setback, but I think you know, maybe those words don't, but maybe what I'm saying is not all that different from what the mayor said. But I look at it as good police work while other work was going on.
We will be back tomorrow with further updates unless there is a meaningful update. Again, if you are not yet on the press list, please see Camille or Julie to my left, and they can add you to the list. Thank you all very much.
Mayor, first of all, can you see, on the posting from the FBI, it says if there's a second individual. Is there a second individual or no?
I haven't seen a posting about a second individual. I'll have to look that up, but to be clear, I haven't seen the FBI post about a second individual. I got to see if I see anything about that. So that was the update from the authorities on the Brown University shooting, and I want to take some comments from you guys. And we have been looking also at the enhanced video. Oh, we got to look at the timeline video too. But this is the enhanced video that was released of the person of interest. You're seeing it right there. Hold on a second here. Let me put that on the screen for you. There it is. There's another video, a video timeline that's been released. Look, so it was said that they don't have information on motive right now. They're looking into all kinds of things. They have no evidence. They had no evidence that this is related to a political outlook or culture or ethnicity. But they're not saying it wasn't a certain motive. They're just saying they're investigating. But they don't have information on a motive. They have not identified this person yet. You know, as I mentioned, there's some people on the internet claiming, oh, Brown University is removing profiles of a certain person in the Brown community from the internet, and we think it's this person. That was commented on. The Brown president said that she's not aware of any profiles being removed. Also, you heard the district attorney of Rhode Island say that they don't have any kind of evidence of any kind of motive right now. He said he found concerning that people were leaping to conclusions. He called it, I think, a dangerous road of people leaping from the fact that there are some reports about the person saying something to drawing conclusions about what was said, to drawing conclusions about a motive. So anyways, you know, we'll have to see what ends up happening in the investigation. As I have said, it is common in a major crime case, it gets national attention. It is a regular occurrence that names float around on the internet and that there's speculation, and quite often those names turn out to be wrong. Once in a while, the name that's floating around can turn out to be right. But I'm not going to start naming names of people based on internet speculation, because I don't want to name somebody and it turns out that it's not the person. So if I hear of any, information coming out from anything I think that rises above internet speculation, I will certainly let you know. And we'll have to see where things go. Allie B. from Tennessee says, the hope is someone who knows him will recognize him and turn him in. Yeah. The surviving victims, there was an update given, and it said that one victim has been discharged, and one is in critical condition. 5 are in critical but stable and improving condition, and 1 is in stable condition. So I guess that's of the 8. It sounds to me like that there were 8 hospitalized, and there was one person. Well, I don't know. Those were the numbers that were given. 1 critical condition, 5 critical but stable and improving, 1 stable, 1 discharged, which leaves 1 other injured person, but maybe they weren't hospitalized. Also, very interesting, we learned that the suspect was in the area at 10:30 a.m., which is about 5.5 hours before the shooting. 10:30 a.m. The shooting was about 4 p.m. And police say they believe this person was casing the neighborhood in preparation for the shooting. So to repeat, this was said multiple times in the press conference, police say this person that they're looking for was in the neighborhood at 10:30 a.m., about 5.5 hours before the shooting. They say casing the neighborhood, casing the scene. There's another video we haven't watched yet, which I want to show you, which is the timeline, the timeline that was released. Also, I want to talk about the MIT professor. By the way, a quick thanks to Goxbirds and Valentine Layer for your support, and Martin Ging, and also Jeremy Luby, and I'm Yankee Egg, and Vanessa CC, and also Step 1, Yuk NW Adapts, who said, where is Kash Patel? It's interesting that we have not seen an appearance by Kash Patel in this case, or by Dan Bongino from the FBI. Sometimes they will go to press conferences for different investigations that the FBI is working on. So I can't speak as to why they haven't been at this, but anyways, they haven't been. In terms of in the press conference, we'll see maybe if eventually one of them is, or Pam Bondi. But again, they don't go to every single press conference for every single case. Thanks to Two Dog Mom, PA Jeeper, again Valentine Layer, thank you, and Yuk NW Adapts, and Mark Spark. Danielle Lajewski, Granite Man, YouTube Valentine, did I think? And also Rocky Coast on Twitch, Namaxwe, Toolman Tim, thanks Toolman Tim for the gift subs, and Oxytropis. All right, so I want to, we have not watched the other video that was released today. This, I want to show you the video timeline. Updated video timeline. So let me turn that off, and then let me show you this. Hang on a moment. Let me first of all change the headline. Brown shooting manhunt continues. MIT professor killed. We'll give you more updates on that too. So what you see here is FBI Boston says, Hold on, hold on, hold on. FBI Boston says, the FBI, in coordination with our partners at Providence Police Force and Rhode Island State Police, is releasing an updated video timeline showing the movements of a person of interest in the mass shooting at Brown University on December 13th. The FBI is offering a reward of up to $50,000 for information leading to the identification, arrest, and conviction of the individual responsible. Anyone with information can contact the FBI. And what I'm going to do is, give me a moment here. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to post this time. I want to show you this timeline video. If you give me 1 second here. I want to take your comments on the air as well. So thanks for bearing with me. Just give me a moment. Okay, I have the timeline video. So here is the time. I want to display it for you here. If this works. Okay, this is the timeline video that's been released. Now that says 2 p.m. That's 2 hours before the shooting. There he is walking in the distance. Thank you, Granite Man, who thinks it was a nothing burger press conference. Here is more. Again, the guy was in the neighborhood 5.5 hours before. So this is the time, the 5-minute timeline video of various videos of him walking in the neighborhood that has been released. That is from 2:04 p.m. So these are in chronological order. Well, actually, is it 2:04? No, 2:07. That's 2:07. Hey, thanks, Ann Ryan. I appreciated Ann Ryan. Thank you. Old Mordeem thinks they must have more video for sure. That is from 2:08 p.m. Again, this is it's chronological. These are all put in chronological order. 2:08. 2:08 and 50 seconds. They have a lot of videos of him out there. That's 2:13. NF Outcast says this guy must not have had a cell phone because you can't spend 5 hours and not triangulate a cell phone signal. It's just impossible. Yeah, so, I mean, they have so many videos right now of him where they can locate this person to a specific, we were talking about this yesterday. You would think that if this person had a cell phone on, you'd think that if they can get cell phone data from the area, it'd be pretty straightforward to figure out his phone because there can't be many people who were in all these areas. I mean, I'm guessing there's only one person who were in these areas at this time. Now, I don't know, how much area a cell phone tower covers. But, I mean, how many people are going to be walking around there for hours like this, and they can place him at all these locations at these times. But maybe he didn't have a phone on, or maybe they haven't gotten that data or can't get that data. Now, why is he running? That's the one of him running. I don't know that I've seen that one before. Look at that one. That was mentioned in the press conference. Why is he running? Look at this one. Wow. Man. I don't think I've seen this one. He's just running down a side street. And that's that's still well before, I can't make out the time code on that, but if you look at the next time code, it's probably like an hour and a half before the shooting. What's the next time code? Yeah, that time code. Yeah, so him running, he's running over an hour before the shooting. What an odd thing. I had not seen that before. Anyways, so there's a clip of him running. Someone says maybe he saw a ring cam, maybe he's testing out timing. Wow, that is weird. There's all these other videos of him just kind of casually walking around or circling around. And then there's one video of him running. So this is still over an hour before the shooting. David Hammond says it could indicate a state of mind being sporadic. LL says, what if it's not him? Well, this is the person they think they're looking for. I mean, this is the person they think who did it, but I mean, you know, we'll have to see. Maybe they get this person in custody and the person has an alibi. I don't know. But there's another view of him. Looks like from a dash cam. That's interesting. Now look at this. Now what's this? Oh, he's back there. Way back there. Look at that. Way back there. Now, this is 4:06, so this would be after the shooting. This is the one after the shooting. This is just after the shooting. Then there's going to be another one after the shooting. Lampshade thinks he was testing. Oh, they don't have the other one out. Well, but there was that one was after the shooting. Let me just show you this one running again. Lampshade thinks he's testing, moving with full equipment or something. Again, it's just so weird. I had not seen that before this video came out. Weirdun says checking his gear. Lee Newcomb thought he was mapping out the area. So to repeat, he was in the area at 10:30 a.m. and police believe he was casing the area at 10:30 a.m. hours before the shooting, over 5 hours before the shooting. Thanks, Kira Kiwi. Kira Kiwi says, I'm surprised no one called him in as a suspicious person. This is a very wealthy area and he was acting strange. Luckily, so many people have door cameras. Chip Whitley says, I believe there is another video that shows he started running when a person started turning down the street. He was on. I'm not aware of such a video. If I see it, I'll let you know. I've only seen that one of him running. Let me see here. Hang on a moment. I want to take some more comments from you guys. And we're going to talk about the MIT professor as well. Tyler Martin says, could be intentionally creating a convoluted path. Thanks, Tyler. Hold on, I'm just checking. People have been sending me comments. Ann Ryan had said, why isn't the FBI there like on usual shootings? You mean like at the press conference? The FBI has had Ted Docs at the press conference, but the FBI has not been prominent, not been saying that much in the press conferences. But they have had a representative there. The FBI Special Agent Boston, FBI Boston Special Agent in charge, Ted Docs. Mystic Maximus, our viewer, thinks the Brown president lied about the Brown siren. Brown siren. So there is a page about the Brown sirens. So the president said that the Brown siren did not get turned on for the shooting because it could have caused people to go inside. Now, let me just pull this up here. Thanks to Mystic Maximus for the link about the Brown siren. Right. Students, faculty, staff, and visitors who hear the siren should seek shelter by immediately going inside of a nearby building. So what the Brown president said is, we wouldn't turn the siren warning system on for an active shooter because it would it could lead people to go inside the building where the shooting is. But, as Mystic Maximus points out, it does say here, examples of emergencies where the Brown siren would likely be activated include hostile intruder, active shooter. So that's a fair point. My guess is maybe if the shooter was outside, like on a campus lawn or something, they would sound it. So yes, they do say that examples of emergencies where the Brown siren would likely be activated include a hostile intruder, active shooter. But they also say that literally what you're supposed to do when you hear the siren is to take shelter by immediately going inside of a nearby building. So now I think they should probably make that more clear on their site, because you might ask, well, what if a shooter is in a building? So it sounds, from what the president said today, they said that they would not sound a siren in a case like this because they don't want people going into a building where the shooting is happening. So maybe they will update their website, because I agree it's a bit confusing, to maybe by hostile intruder they mean hostile intruder outdoors in the campus. So it's a fair point by Mystic Maximus, but I also understand why the Brown president said what she did, because it clearly instructs people when they hear the siren to go inside a nearby building. There could be people outside the building where the shooting's happening who think, I need to go in that building. So again, it's a fair point by our viewer. I would not be surprised if the website is updated in the future. Can I please play the whole timeline vid? I literally just played it multiple times, Zazua. I just played the whole timeline vid multiple times. It was rewinding, so maybe you thought there was more to play. But I just had it on a rewind when it finished. So I played the whole thing through. I think I played it through multiple times. I certainly played it whole through at least once. Thank you, Zazua. I'll post a link to that video as well. I have posted all the videos on my X account, which is @Lookner. But the timeline video, I'll post a link to it right now in the chat. No, I definitely played it all. I think maybe people are confused because I was playing it multiple times, and maybe you thought, oh, I cut out early. Well, but we'd already played it multiple times. Definitely played it all through at least once. Thank you, Zazua. We might play it again a little later. Thank you, Crypto King, as well. And thanks for shouting out our moderators. Oops, sorry. We got to talk about the MIT professor too. Hey, a quick thanks to our moderators. I really appreciate it. We have moderating right now. Dutch is one of our viewers. Sorry, Dutch. Dutch, thanks for being a member. Roberts May Queen, Ruth, Beth Mythical, thank you for moderating. And also Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X, over on Twitch. Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, thank you. And Kay Lowry Body, Shannon Davis Hughes, Margaret Riley on Facebook, Paul Anderson as well, thank you. Also thanks Sharon Klassen Goslin for being a member, for being a subscriber, and Christy Claft for subscribing. Diane Allworth on Facebook, thank you for subscribing over there. All right, hold on a second here. All right, hang on a moment. Just hang on a moment. I was trying to read some more comments from people. While I'm reading comments, I'll put back up the timeline video that the authorities have released. Oh, thank you, Dutch. I appreciate that, Dutch Sense. Thanks so much for supporting the channel and for shouting at the moderators. So I'm showing you the timeline video while I take some more comments from you guys. Hang on a moment. Yeah, again, lots of people are messaging me about this internet rumor that there are some people on the internet claiming that Brown University is scrubbing pages of a particular person and claiming that that person did it. To repeat, let me just say this again. Very often, when there's a widely publicized crime, very often names float around on the internet before the person is actually identified. Quite regularly, those names turn out to be false. So I don't want to start naming names when, based on past experience, there's a quite decent chance it'll turn out to be false. And also, I don't want to start naming names when it's basically based on internet speculation. Now, it could turn out that that's the correct name. Could turn out sometimes the name you hear floating around ends up being the name. But I'm not going to name a name based on that. There is such a track record of internet speculation about these things turning out to be wrong. I will say that it was discussed in a couple times in the press conference. The Brown University president said she is not aware of any kind of pages being removed, being scrubbed. That's what she said. The Rhode Island district attorney talked for a little while about he thought it was, I think he called it a dangerous road. If maybe I can find his statement on this, when people start drawing conclusions one after the other and then end up throwing out a name. So, you know, I have certainly not heard anything from authorities or any kind of major news outlets or anybody I follow who I think has a good track record on these things say that. If I have any of that kind, if I have anything more reliable, I'll certainly let you know. But I would be careful with these things. Let me see if I can find you that statement that was made on that towards the end of the press conference by the district attorney. Hold on, I am pulling this up here. Where is, okay, let me pull up, hold on. I'm pulling up, I want to find the part, it was toward the end of the presser. I know that, it was the district. Okay, here it is. So this was earlier. This was a little earlier. We watched from the press conference. Hold on, I'm going to show you this. This was, hang on. Why is this a little messed up? Hang on, folks. Hang on, folks. Okay, so this was earlier. Okay, and this is what the district attorney said about speculation going on online where people are focusing on a particular name, for example. Let me just play you this is the Attorney General. This is the Rhode Island Attorney General. And his name again is, oops, is it Peter something? I got to look it up. Peter Naranja, Rhode Island Attorney General. Here's what he had to say.
I want to come back to your question about that name. And I know the name that you're asking about because a member of the media asked me about it. I am familiar with it. I wasn't familiar with it when the media member asked me about it. I think it was either CBS or NBC. I asked my team about it. I think this is an area where caution is really necessary. There are lots of reasons why a page might be taken down, particularly if there's chatter out there about, to your question, Amanda, about words that were spoken. It's easy to jump from someone saying words that were spoken to what those words are, to a particular name that reflects a motive targeting a particular person. That's a really dangerous road to go down. Really dangerous. If that name meant anything to this investigation, we would be out looking for that person. We would let you know we were looking for that person. You know, again, I think it's just a really dangerous road to go down. I know that in today's age, there are lots of things that people read into things. It's just a dangerous thing to do. And I would leave it to us to identify persons of interest and let us run them down. What the public can do for us today is help us figure out who this guy is. And we hope to have more information out that will help you do that, help us do that.
Okay, so he said that. I wanted to see also if I could find, hang on a moment here. Hang on one second. Hang on. Hang on.
information today about what the scrubs individuals about one very particular individual doesn't have any connection to do with what.
Yeah, here's a question about the scrubbed. Here's a question about the scrubbed internet pages. Hold on. Here.
Weapon that I mentioned the other day.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this might be a question either for President Paxson or the Colonel here. I wanted to follow up on the scrubbed internet pages that were mentioned. There's a lot of misinformation out there. There's been a lot of speculation about what those scrub pages might mean. Can you help fact check, give us some information today about what this scrubbed individuals, about one very particular individual, does that have any connection to do with the shooting?
As I said before, I have no knowledge of any scrubbed pages. You can follow up with our communications office if you want to get more information maybe tomorrow, but this is the first I've heard of it.
So I did, and then they directed me to Colonel Perez. Do you know anything about?
I do not know.
Go ahead, right behind, yes.
Hi, una pregunta para el coronel.
All right, so just wanted to mention that. Let's see here. Karen Moore, our viewer, says, it seems like this guy was very familiar with the surroundings. He probably was there before to find escape routes. I wonder if he stashed his bag somewhere so he could get it just before the shooting. Yeah, thanks, Karen. Some viewers have wondered that about whether the bag would have been stashed somewhere. That I can't tell you. Here again is the timeline video. Our viewer, Brews and Hounds, thinks that the suspect is scanning for security cameras along the street. What is this? Hold on a second here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Just looking at something here. This is not playing. I'm trying to play something. Yeah, also, real quick, President Trump said he's going to address the nation tomorrow night. I saw a report from reporter, where is it here? Kelly Meyer, who reported that, News Nation's Kelly Meyer reported that the White House press secretary said the address will be about the historic accomplishments such as the border, inflation, and what's to come. Just so you're aware about that. Let's, hey guys, let's talk about, I want to talk about this, I want to talk about the MIT professor story. I think it's an important story and we haven't really had time to talk about it much. So let's talk about that. Okay? And we'll keep an eye on the other stories as well. But I want to talk about this MIT story. Okay, so an MIT professor was shot and killed overnight. Now, by the way, I believe the FBI special agent in charge, FBI Boston special agent in charge, said in the Brown University press conference that they do not have any indication so far that the MIT professor shooting is related to the Brown University shooting. It's something they're keeping an eye out for, but he said they don't have indication of that at this moment. But this is quite disturbing. You can see here. Hold on. You'll see it in a second, as soon as I make this thing go away. An MIT professor was fatally shot at his home. Oops. Hang on. I got to do this here. Give me a moment. An MIT professor was fatally shot at his home and police launched a homicide investigation. And the professor, just so you're aware, this is his page at MIT, Nuno Loureiro, professor of nuclear science and engineering, professor of physics, director, plasma science and fusion center, 47 years old. Terrible. Certainly condolences to his family. You can see here AP says a professor at MIT was fatally shot at his home near Boston and authorities said they had launched a homicide investigation. Nuno F.G. Loureiro, a 47-year-old physicist and fusion scientist, was shot Monday night at his home in Brookline, Massachusetts. He died at a local hospital on Tuesday. The prosecutor's office said no suspects have been taken into custody and that its investigation is ongoing. Loureiro, who joined MIT in 2016, was named last year to lead MIT's Plasma Science and Fusion Center, where he aimed to advance clean energy technology and other research. The center, one of the school's largest labs, had more than 250 people working across 7 buildings when he took the helm. This is one of the U.S.'s most foremost science schools, and one of the most U.S.'s most foremost, I guess you could say, STEM universities, foremost universities, period, but certainly in terms of STEM, science and mathematics. He was a very prominent person there. Loureiro, who was married, grew up in central Portugal. He earned a doctorate in London. He was a researcher at an institute for nuclear fusion in Lisbon before joining MIT. And this is about 50 miles away from the Brown University shooting. It's about an hour drive. A 22-year-old student at Boston University who lives near Loureiro's apartment in Brookline told the Boston Globe that she heard 3 loud noises Monday evening and feared it was gunfire. By the way, I saw a report that this happened around 8:30 p.m., I think. Yes, 8:30 p.m., around 8:30 p.m., by the way, according to the Boston Globe. I think the police statement might have said that as well. Hold on, let me pull up the police statement here. Hold on a moment. No, they didn't give the time in the statement, but around 8:30 p.m., according to the Boston Globe, a person who lived nearby said she heard 3 loud noises and feared it was gunfire. I had never heard anything so loud, so I assumed they were gunshots, the person said. Some of his students visited his home, an apartment in a 3-story brick building, Tuesday afternoon to pay their respects, the Globe reported. So why did somebody shoot and kill this prominent MIT professor at his home around 8:30 last night? I haven't heard it. I mean, You might wonder, is it like a botched robbery or something? I haven't heard anything about a robbery, but could this be, was this somebody who knew him or did not know him? Was he targeted? This is not a city, Brookline, where you have a lot of murders. So I don't have any idea. Some of our viewers were saying he might be Jewish. I'm not. I don't have any confirmation of that. Even if he is, I don't know that had any role in what happened. I don't know. Ma Florida says, sounds like the shooting took place on the professor's doorstep. And I don't know where the body was found. We haven't heard that yet. I'm going to check some of the local outlets and see if they have any more about this. Pete Finn says, is there video from the professor's neighborhood? Don't know at this point. Don't know. Jimmy Card Collector says, is there a chance this is related to Brown University? It was mentioned in the press conference today, at the Brown University press conference. FBI said they had no information so far that it was connected, but it's something they're looking into. It's disturbing. Hang on. Let me see what local press is saying about this. The Boston Globe said the person who lives above him heard multiple gunshots. Wow. When she opened her door, she saw him lying on his back inside the entrance to the building. Wow. Wow. So he was found at the lying on his back at the inside the entrance to the building. So you wonder, is somebody waiting for him in the entrance or something? Wow. I don't know about a press conference. I haven't heard anything about a press conference for that thing. For this shooting. So again, a neighbor told the Boston Globe that the MIT professor, she heard gunshots, and then she opened her door and she saw him lying inside the entrance to the building. It's an apartment building. Helu thinks someone was waiting for him, most likely. That's scary. I mean, it certainly does not, I mean, if that's true, so, it doesn't sound like there was some sort of thing, like a struggle inside the apartment or a domestic thing going outside the apartment. Although I can't tell you why this happened and what caused this. But again, she said that she saw him lying on his back inside the entrance to the building. She said, I can't imagine anyone wanting to kill him. The family is so amazing. Oh, I think hold on, I think I know where there's a picture of the building in the Boston Globe, so I can show you generally where this is. Well, another neighbor described him as a wonderful man. One resident who lived in the neighborhood for 25 years said the violent crime in that area is very uncommon. Uncommon. Yeah, that's a really scary story. I feel like it's not getting that much attention right now, and I feel like maybe it's going under the radar a little bit for given what happened. It's not that far. I live in a neighboring town. I'm in the Boston area. But I mean, I've been in this. I know the area, and I know the town. So I believe, from what I saw, yes. So the Boston Globe had a picture. So it's been reported this was on Gibb Street, and the Boston Globe had a picture of a sign on 9 Gibb Street saying, in memory of our neighbor Nuno Loureiro. So I don't know if 9 is the building, but the picture in the Boston Globe is of this building. So it looks like it's like a 3-story apartment building that it's a long building. I don't know if you call it one building or several buildings, but similar buildings right next to each other. 3 stories, and I believe he lived on the first floor. It's in a residential area, but it's right near the. It's not far from like Fenway Park, right near the Mass Pike, right near close to Boston University, and MIT is across the river, but not that far from Harvard, But, Boston residential area, Boston-based, suburb of Boston, but right outside of Boston. And it's basically considered like Greater Boston or Metro Boston or whatever. Crazy. I don't know what to make of that. I'll check some local outlets and see if there's any more information or reporting. Thank you, ACC75. Who thinks the oil lobby may have something to do with it because he was a clean energy scientist. Look, I have no idea. It's certainly, I'm sure it's going to be looked into whether some aspect of his work was involved with this. It's really disturbing. Thanks, Tatos, for being a member. Also, Granite Man, Tyler Martin. Did I thank Charlene Newman? Charlene Newman, thank you. 1ACD. And Crypto King say rah and JLQ of NY. Yeah, JLQ of NY, I have not seen anything that I would consider reliable about what the Brown shooter said. There are people on social media claiming they say certain things. It has been constant. Every time they've been asked about it in the press conferences, they've been saying that the authorities have said we're looking into what's been said. They haven't announced what's been said. The TA who was leading a review session in the classroom where the shooting happened gave multiple interviews in which the TA said the person came in and yelled something, but the TA said neither I nor the students could make out what the person was saying. So I do not consider any specific posts online about anything specific that the shooter said to be reliable at this point. I don't know, again, it could turn out that these reports are true or false, but all I've seen is basically internet rumors about what the person said. And again, but what I can tell you is that the TA gave multiple interviews where he said neither I nor the students could make out what he was saying. So now maybe somebody else heard it and has told law enforcement something specific. But that's the best I can tell you about that. If I find some kind of something more reliable than that, I will certainly let you know. Thank you, JLQ of NY. I appreciate it. And Chris the Toffee. Hold on a second here. Also, CC on Twitch. Let me check some more of the local sources about the MIT professor being killed. Yeah, by the way, just to be clear, it's a homicide investigation into the MIT professor's death. The district attorney's office said it's a homicide investigation. Oh. So here's interesting. This is from the Boston Herald. What is this? So I think it might be the same neighbor who spoke to the Boston Globe, but they say Louise Cohen, who's a neighbor, lived in the same building. She heard the shots, then a child crying, and then she looked out of her apartment and saw the MIT professor barely conscious on the floor of the entryway, the foyer in their building. And she said there's a would-be murderer who seems to have dashed through the heavy front door and down the steps. Although I don't know if she saw that. What happened? Again, he was a faculty member in the departments of nuclear science and engineering and physics, and the director of MIT's Plasma Science and Fusion Center. Give me one moment here. Checking some other the local reporting as well. Again, it was around just after 8:30 p.m. The person was shot multiple times, by the way. Yeah, and look, this is a good point here. You can see here, in the district attorney's office statement, it says the person had gunshot wounds. Wounds, plural. Not just one, plural. Yeah, again, here is a picture of the man, very sad, Nuno F. Loureiro. "47 years old. Yeah, I believe he's originally from Portugal. He did undergrad in Portugal, his undergrad, and I got a doctorate in London. Oh, President Trump just posted something about Venezuela. So let me mention what President Trump just posted about Venezuela. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Full blockade on all sanctioned oil tankers. Full blockade on all sanctioned oil tankers. Now, I don't know how many that doesn't mean all tankers, it's all sanctioned oil tankers. That's a new announcement by President Trump. All right, hang on a moment. Just hang on a moment. I want to show you guys this. President Trump has just announced this. Give me a moment. I'm going to put it on the screen right now. All right, here is what President Trump has just posted a few minutes ago. Venezuela is completely surrounded by the largest armada ever assembled in the history of South America. It will only get bigger, and the shock to them will be like nothing they have ever seen before, until such time as they return to the United States of America all of the oil, land, and other assets that they previously stole from us. The illegitimate Maduro regime is using oil from these stolen oil fields. I guess he's maybe talking about when Chavez became president, maybe? Hugo Chavez? Before Maduro? The illegitimate Maduro regime is using oil from these stolen oil fields to finance themselves. Drug terrorism, human trafficking, murder, and kidnapping. For the theft of our assets, and many other. This is the first time I feel like I hear the White House and Trump mentioning the theft of assets. I don't feel like I've been hearing that as a talking point before. Anyways, for the theft of our assets and many other reasons, including terrorism, drug smuggling, and human trafficking, the Venezuelan regime has been designated a foreign terrorist organization. Therefore, today I am ordering a total and complete blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers going into and out of Venezuela. Let me remind you of something, by the way. President Trump did, what was it, a week or two ago? A week or two ago, President Trump said that the airspace in Venezuela should be considered closed, and it has not been closed. So I just want to remind people of that. Was it a week or two ago? A week or two ago, President Trump posted on his Truth Social that the airspace of Venezuela should be considered closed, and I'm not aware that the U.S. military has taken action to prevent to shoot down aircraft or anything like that. So I don't know if this is going to be enforced or not. Anyways, he said, today I am ordering a total and complete blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers going into and out of Venezuela. The illegal aliens and criminals that the Maduro regime has sent into the United States during the weak and inept Biden administration are being returned to Venezuela at a rapid pace. America will not allow criminals, terrorists, or other countries to rob, threaten, or harm our nation, and likewise will not allow a hostile regime to take our oil, land, and any other assets, all of which must be returned to the U.S. immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Again, I don't remember in all of the months of lead up, I cannot remember Trump or the White House mentioning stolen assets. And that seems to be the most prominent complaint in this post. So it's very interesting to see that this emphasis on stolen assets. I mean, am I wrong? I cover this stuff, and like you guys, I keep up with this stuff. And I just never remember this being mentioned recently, the stolen assets. I mean, it's been about drugs, pretty much. That's been the focus. You know, him saying Maduro's the head of a drug cartel and that Venezuela is sending drugs to the United States. So it's very interesting that this really focuses on alleged stolen assets. All right, hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment, see. Hang on a see. Oh, hold on, guys. There's another thing about AZ Intel just found a new statement by Brown University. Hang on a moment here. Is it Brown University or Brown Community? Where's this statement here? No, I don't know. Where is that statement from? AZ Intel found a statement. Where is this? About harmful doxing. Okay, shout out to AZ Intel. So here is this statement. Well, I'm going to read you the statement. WPRI also reports that Brown University has released a statement about harmful doxing. So give me a moment here. There's a lot going on. Okay? Give me one moment here. Hang on one more second. Sorry. I'm just posting something. So we're covering some developments here about new Trump post about Venezuela, and also a new statement from Brown University, which I'm going to read you in 2 seconds. Okay, the statement from Brown University is the following. Brown University statement, doxing of a community member. In the aftermath of the, and again, hat tip to AZ Intel and also WPRI who posted about this. In the aftermath of the shooting, we've seen harmful doxing activity directed toward at least one member of the Brown University community. Doxing is when you reveal somebody's name, basically. It's important to, or personal information about them. It's important to make clear, Brown says, that targeting individuals could do irrevocable harm. Accusations, speculation, and conspiracies we're seeing on social media and in some news reports are irresponsible, harmful, and in some cases dangerous for the safety of individuals in our community. It is not unusual as a safety measure to take steps to protect an individual's safety when this kind of activity happens, including in regard to their online presence. As law enforcement officials stated clearly on Tuesday afternoon, if this individual's name had any relevance to the current investigation, they would be actively looking for this individual and providing information publicly. So it sounds like from the statement that Brown put out that maybe they had removed some information about the person because they were concerned about the person being harmed. They say it is not unusual as a safety measure to take steps to protect an individual's safety when this kind of activity happens, including in regard to their online presence. Okay, so that just came out a few minutes ago. Again, here's the post from B&O News. AZ Intel also posted it. Brown University has released a statement condemning the doxing of a student whose name is being widely shared online. That person is not a suspect in the shooting. I'm going to read this statement again. Very interesting that they came out with this. In the aftermath of the shooting, we've seen harmful doxing activity. Hold on a second here. In the aftermath of the shooting, we've seen harmful doxing activity directed toward at least one member of the Brown University community. It's important to make clear that targeting individuals could do irrevocable harm. Accusations, speculation, and conspiracies we're seeing on social media and in some news reports are irresponsible, harmful, and in some cases dangerous for the safety of individuals in our community. It is not unusual as a safety measure to take steps to protect an individual's safety when this kind of activity happens, including in regard to their online presence, which suggests to me that maybe some pages of this person have been removed as a safety precaution, according to the university. As law enforcement officials stated clearly on Tuesday afternoon, if this individual's name had any relevance to the current investigation, they would be actively looking for this individual and providing information publicly. So, there you go. Wow. By the way, Mark Caputo with Axios reports that 18 sanctioned oil tankers are in Venezuelan waters right now, 8 of which are like the one seized last week. So, moments ago, President Trump announced what he called a complete and total blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers going into and out of Venezuela. So, are we going to see the U.S. already seized one sanctioned oil tanker near Venezuela? Are they gonna start seizing more? We don't know. I want to read some comments from you guys, by the way. I know there's a lot of news going on, so we're jumping around. Thank you to Louis R. for your support, who says, I don't recall President Trump invoking it, but it is true that ExxonMobil and ConocoPhillips had fields expropriated by Hugo Chavez. Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at expropriation in Venezuela. So this is a Department of State archive, and they say, hold on, let's see what they say about Venezuela. Oh yeah, right here. Important developments in 2007 included expropriation of key companies and assets in telecommunications, electricity, and petroleum sectors, which were previously considered the most promising areas. Well, but is this about U.S. stuff or other people's stuff? That I don't know. Al Jazeera had an article in 2022 that said a U.S. court upheld a court's $8.75 billion award to U.S. oil producer ConocoPhillips over the expropriation of its Venezuelan oil assets. Yeah, so as I was saying, I'm aware that there was some expropriation of assets, I think I remember, under the Chavez regime. But what I was saying is, I don't recall in recent months at all President Trump or the White House or the Department of State or the Department of War once saying that their buildup against Venezuela had anything to do with trying to recover what they call stolen assets. So it's very interesting to see that was like the most prominent complaint in the Trump post that we just saw. Anyways, I don't have a, I don't have like a, maybe I can find something here. Here, look at this. History of U.S. involvement in Venezuela's petroleum industry. 2007 expropriations. This is from Wikipedia. In 2007, the Venezuelan government expropriated, basically took over the assets of foreign oil companies that declined to restructure their holdings to grant the state oil company, I think it is, PDVSA, majority control. Notably, ExxonMobil and ConocoPhillips resisted these terms, leading to the seizure of their assets. Okay? That's one example. I don't know if President Trump is talking about that or other ones as well or whatever. I have no idea. But just to be clear. So thank you, Louis R. Also, Eddie C. for being a member. Lizzie for freedom. Violante, our member. Kurt Cobain thinks Trump has lost his mind. Thank you, Kurt Cobain. Ren3347, thanks for being a member. Mr. T-Man, thanks for being a member. Chris the Toffee, thanks for being a member. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, the big question to me about the Trump saying I'm imposing this blockade. Oh, tanker trackers. Interesting post from tankertrackers.com. Tankertrackers.com, which specializes in tanker-related stuff, oil shipments and that kind of thing, and tanker shipments. Those kind of, I don't know the specifics if I want to describe it, but they cover that kind of stuff a lot. They track oil, the oil market, I think is what they specialize in. Tankertrackers.com. They say that only 40% of the active dark fleet which serves Venezuela is under U.S. sanctions. So that would mean that 60% of the dark fleet, which is taking oil in and out of Venezuela, that they're not supposed to be selling, I guess, under U.S. and maybe other sanctions. 60% of the dark fleet is not sanctioned. So, this would, if you blockade sanctioned tankers, you're not blockading. That's different than a total blockade of anyone bringing oil in and out of Venezuela, because you're not even sanctioning you're not even blockading all of the dark fleet, which brings oil in and out of Venezuela. Just want to be clear on that. Oh, but what I was saying is, and I think this is important to keep in mind. I just want to remind people that before you jump to conclusions and think, oh my gosh, there's going to be a line of ships around Venezuela preventing anything from going in and out and shooting things out of the water. Before you think that, I just want to remind you, it was like a week or two ago, I think, where President Trump announced that the airspace above Venezuela should be considered closed. And I'm not aware of a single U.S. military action to take something out of that airspace. And there have been planes flying in that airspace. Venezuelan planes and planes coming in and out of Venezuela. So we'll just have to wait and see. This could mean a big military activity is coming by the U.S. or could not. I just don't know. We'll have to see. It is really interesting to see all of this talk in here about until such time as they return to the United States of America, all of the oil. I mean, literally, guys, this literally says, if you read the start of this, it says that the Armada, it says the military buildup and the shock to Venezuela from the military buildup will be there until Venezuela returns to the U.S. all of the oil, land, and other assets that they previously stole from us. So basically what that's saying is, I mean, the way that's written, it's saying that the purpose of the buildup is to force Venezuela to give back the stolen oil, land, and other assets. And as soon as they give it back, we'll pull out the military. But again, I don't know what land is referring to. Maybe it's oil assets, related assets. But my point is, if that alone would suggest that it's, I mean, that there's no mention of drugs in there. Now, further down, it talks about them doing drug smuggling and human trafficking. But it says the Maduro regime is using oil from the stolen oil fields. So, again, this suggests that it's that what this suggests, if you just read it, is that the reason the military is there is to force them to give the stolen assets back. And if they give the stolen assets back, the military, the armada, the military buildup will end. And that's very different than the emphasis on on alleged drug trafficking. It's a very, again, that's whatever you think of Trump and the whole situation. To me, this is just a clear, huge difference in the reasoning behind the military buildup and also the stated goal of the military buildup. Anyways, that's very interesting. Very interesting. We'll have to see where this all goes. Our viewer West Frank says, so it really is about oil. William says you always go big so you can negotiate down to something reasonable. Peter Morellis thinks it's not about oil, it's about regime change. I mean, I have a question. So is this sort of, is President Trump like sort of outlining a deal that Maduro could make to stay in power? And I guess is he saying like give back, for example, oil, I don't know if it was land or equipment or whatever, that oil infrastructure that was taken under the Chavez in the early 2000s in Venezuela, I think maybe under the Chavez regime. And if you give that back, then we'll be pretty much okay and you can stay in power. I don't know. Is this a way of negotiating? I don't know. Hugo Chavez was in office from 2002 to 2013. So the 2007 expropriation stuff was under Hugo Chavez, who was the predecessor to Maduro. Zazua says if you give the oil, you can stay as president. Armandoc says Maduro must be gone, full stop. I also don't know if this policy, so this announcement, the first we're hearing about this is from President Trump. Is the State Department going to announce something about this, or the Department of Defense / Department of War? Did they know about this, that this was coming? I have no idea. Okay, so that's something to keep an eye on as well. Marco Rubio just reposted Trump's post. He didn't say anything about it. Secretary of State Rubio just reposted Trump's post. No comment extra. R.S. Pat says art of the deal. There's a lot going on in the news right now. Here, let me just show you this right here, by the way. Trump orders blockade of sanctioned oil tankers into Venezuela, ramping up pressure on Maduro. President Trump, AP said he's ordering a blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers into Venezuela, ramping up president pressure on the country's authoritarian leader, Nicolas Maduro, in a move that seemed designed to put a tighter chokehold on the South American country's economy. Yeah, look, I mean, I neglected to say this, but the oil is extremely important to Venezuela's economy. So if there's been speculation about whether President Trump might try to do some sort of oil blockade, they did seize an oil tanker. I believe that was leaving Venezuela, what was it, a week or two ago? But there's just been speculation about whether Trump might try to pressure Maduro by cutting off oil flow going out of Venezuela in some more serious way. Yeah, Trump's escalation comes after U.S. forces last week seized an oil tanker off Venezuela's coast, an unusual move that followed a buildup of military forces in the region. That buildup has been accompanied by a series of military strikes on boats in international waters in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific. The campaign, which has drawn bipartisan scrutiny among U.S. lawmakers, has killed at least 95 people in 25 known strikes on vessels. The Trump administration has said the campaign is about stopping drugs headed to the U.S., but Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles, appeared to confirm in a Vanity Fair interview published today that the campaign is part of a push to oust Maduro. Wiles said Trump wants to keep on blowing boats up until Maduro cries uncle. I haven't read that interview, by the way. One of our viewers was talking about that interview. Venezuela, which has the world's largest proven oil reserves and produces about 1 million barrels a day, has long relied on oil revenue as a lifeblood of its economy. Since the Trump administration began imposing oil sanctions on Venezuela in 2017, Maduro's government has relied on a shadowy fleet of unflagged tankers to smuggle crude into global supply chains. By the way, this specific quote right here doesn't necessarily imply that it's regime change, but I haven't read the whole Susie Wiles interview. Our viewer Ursula Anderson says many people knew the drug story was a fabrication. Desolate Mirror says regime change in the name of Exxon is insane. I don't know what's going to happen there. If we're going to see a bunch more oil tankers seized, well, in the coming days, we'll have to see. We'll certainly cover it if it happens. By the way, thanks to, hold on a second here. Oxytropis and Big Boss Now for your support on Twitch. You know, it's just one of these stories where this could end up being a huge story. If the U.S. starts seizing a bunch more tankers, that's a huge story. But what if nothing really comes of it? As to repeat, President Trump said a week or two ago that the airspace for Venezuela was closed, but doesn't seem like much has come of that at this point. So your guess is as good as mine. Flor Morena says we'll definitely find out soon enough. Texas says quit making it a big deal. Well, I think it's important, but it's important for what it could lead to. Hang on a moment here. I'm just checking for some updates here. Edward Richard, our viewer, says declaring war on another country with or without congressional approval is a big deal. Kimmo says this is a distraction for the... No, Kimmo... No, it wasn't Kimmo. Who said that? Zazua says this is a distraction from the Epstein files. Violante says it's a big deal. All right, so again, we have been covering a bunch of different things today. We showed you the press conference where it was announced that the son of Rob Reiner, Nick Reiner, would be charged with first-degree murder in the killings of Rob Reiner and Michelle Reiner, his parents, and it's unclear whether they're going to go for the death penalty, the prosecution. We showed you that. You can rewind and watch that if you want. We showed you the Brown University press conference. We showed you a couple new videos that have been released with footage of the person of interest in the Brown University shooting, which you can rewind and check out that. We showed you a bunch of those. We talked about how online there's been internet speculation that Brown was deleting web pages of a certain person in the Brown community, and there's some people online speculating this is the person who did it. Brown University released a statement in the last hour, I think, where they said, just to remind you, hold on a second here. They said that they talked about, they criticized what they called harmful doxing activity directed toward at least one member of the Brown University community. They implied that I'll just read the statement again really quickly. In the aftermath of the shooting, we've seen harmful doxing activity directed toward at least one member of the Brown University community. It's important to make clear that targeting individuals could do irrevocable harm. Accusations, speculation, and conspiracies we're seeing on social media and in some news reports are irresponsible, harmful, and in some cases dangerous for the safety of individuals in our community. It is not unusual as a safety measure to take steps to protect an individual's safety when this kind of activity happens, including in regard to their online presence. As law enforcement officials stated clearly on Tuesday afternoon, if this individual's name had any relevance to the current investigation, they would be actively looking for this individual and providing information publicly. So the search for it continues for the person of interest in that case. Also, we've been talking about how an MIT professor, 47 years old, professor of nuclear science and engineering, also professor of physics, director of their plasma science and fusion center, 47-year-old Nuno Loureiro was gunned down apparently in the foyer of his apartment building, at the entrance to his apartment building around 8:30 last night. Multiple gunshots. Totally unclear at this point why it's being investigated as a homicide. Who killed Professor Loureiro of MIT, and why? No idea. So we're covering that, and we were talking about how President Trump has announced a blockade of sanctioned oil tankers going into Venezuela. So we talked about that as well. We'll see what ends up going into and out of Venezuela. We'll have to see if that leads to more oil tankers being seized or whatever. We'll just have to see. I don't know. And let's see here. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is this. We've been on the air for a while. I really need to eat something. I think I'm going to start wrapping up this live stream, but if there's big news tonight, I'll come back on the air and do another stream. I'll certainly be keeping an eye on the news. I just got to take a break and eat something. But again, I'll be keeping an eye on things. If you missed the Rob Reiner press conference, the press conference on Brown shooting, the Brown videos, you can rewind the video, rewind and watch. So let me do that. No, there's no suspect in custody that I've heard about for the MIT professor killing. I've not heard about any suspect in custody. This is being investigated. But I will certainly keep an eye on all these stories. If there's huge news, we can come back on the air, do another live stream. I will also post updates on my X account, which is @Lookner on X, @Lookner on X. And you can follow me there for breaking news when we're not on the air. And I'll keep an eye on everything. So I really appreciate you guys being here for this live stream. Thank you so much for joining. And also, a lot of you have been sending me updates and also letting me read your comments and questions on the air. I'm sorry I can't get to all the comments. I was trying to get to a bunch of them today. So try to do my best in getting to comments. But thanks for sending them in. I appreciate people tuning into the coverage, and we will cover these stories more and other stories that come up. So subscribe, follow the channel if you want. Agenda Free TV, we cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Agenda Free TV. And I would suggest turning on our notifications. I never know when big developments are going to happen. Something could happen right after I go off the air and I have to rush back on the air. But I would suggest turn on the notifications for the channel. We have a notification system, our own system. It works great. We do it through Discord. It's free. You sign up once. You get sent a notification whenever we're going live so you don't miss a stream. The mods will post a link to the notification sign up in the chat. You can also find that notification sign up link on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video. And huge thanks to our moderators who have been here. We've been covering a lot of news lately. Our moderators have always been there. They're the reason we can have chat rooms. They're keeping it civil and respectful and under control in the chat. So thank you. Ooh, I have to pull up something here. Hold on a moment here. But I want to thank them. Over on Twitch, our moderators, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and all of our other moderators there. Big thanks. And also Ruth and Beth Mythical on YouTube, Roberts May Queen, and all of our moderators over there. BZ as well. Huge thanks. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X. Kay Lowry Body, Charlotte Webb, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Shannon Davis Hughes on Facebook. All of our moderators, thank you. Oh. Hold on a second. Oh, President Trump, we'll cover tomorrow night. President Trump is supposed to address the nation tomorrow night. So we'll be covering that. Primetime address to the nation. White House Press Secretary Karen Leavitt, by the way, said the president will discuss his accomplishments and what's to come. So I'm not aware that there's some huge like Venezuela announcement or something. You never know what he's going to say. You don't know what he's going to say. But we'll be covering that. We'll be covering that tomorrow. What is it? 9 o'clock? I got to look that up. Trump says he will give national address on Wednesday at 9 p.m. from the White House. 9 p.m. from the White House. So we'll be covering that. He's also he's doing like a speech in North Carolina on Friday. I think there's like maybe an event, like a rally style event. So we might cover that too. Anyways, what was I saying? Thanks to all of our moderators. Hey, thanks to everybody who donated during the stream. That's really nice of you guys. That is how the channel can be on the air, is your support. So I really appreciate that. I owe a couple thank yous here. Valentin Layer, thanks, who says, make the world a better place for the next generation. So much terrible news around the planet. Thanks, Valentin. Valentin Layer. I think Valentin is in, where is Valentin? Romania? Is it? Romania, I think. Thanks, Valentin, for watching from there and supporting. Space Fraggle. Space Fraggle thinks Congress needs to get involved in the Venezuela situation before it spirals out of control. Thanks, Violante, for being a member. Lizzie for Freedom. Eddie C. I think I've thanked everybody else. Let's see. Who Shot JR on and Oxytropis on Twitch, and Big Boss Now, thank you. And everybody else, if you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But thanks so much for supporting the channel and letting the channel exist. Hey, another way to find out when we're live, if you're on X, follow us on X at agendafreetv. I post there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel there. You can follow us over there at agendafreetv. And what else? We do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. Our Discord chat, check it out. A bunch of our viewers like to do that. It's free, the Discord chat. Same link as the free notifications link. So check out our free Discord chat. Thanks so much to our Discord moderators for all you do. Really appreciate it, Discord moderators. Also, for those of you on YouTube watching over there, I would suggest you turn on the YouTube notifications. That's a great way to, on YouTube, to learn about when we're live. But to do that, what you need to do is subscribe to the channel and then click the notifications bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed on YouTube, make sure you got the bell checked and you've chosen all notifications, so you get all the notifications. All right. Hey, thanks so much to our Twitch subscribers, people like Toolman Tim, Wall Street and Shaggy, Sidewalk Connoisseur, Tatermong, DGeorge85, Matthew Kohai 3. Oh, see, I like DGeorge85 thanking Toolman Tim for the gift subscription. Yeah, please thank people if they give you a gift subscription or a gift membership. Nice, DGeorge85. Mudmore, thanks for subscribing. Amalian, Flumpingtons, Ma Florida, Tatermong, Justin D. Winters, CC Tenfold 8. Thank you. All of our subscribers over there on Twitch. I'll say Short B. Tojek 1. Thank you. And all of our other Twitch subscribers, thanks so much for subscribing there. Also on Facebook, our subscribers on Facebook, thanks for subscribing. Christy Claft, Robert Rial II, Chuck Mosca, Jennifer Ellers, Sharon Klassen Goslin. Oh, Julie Shields. Thanks for the stars, Julie Shields. I appreciate that. Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes. Thanks for the star. Thanks for the for subscribing as well, and all of our other Facebook subscribers. Really appreciate it. Did I say Christy Claft? And all of our other Facebook subscribers and our YouTube members. Shout out to our YouTube members. Blah, 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 Tommy K, the one and only CAK13, Taste Vim, Don Video Guy, JK Cinar, Wendy Lance, Anita Modolewski, Eric Johnson, Paula Faust, Eddie V, Stup1, SNN US, Flor Morena, JK Cinar, Bink, RS Pat, Thomas Darwin, UV Lightning, Angelina Knox, Marco Bautista Garcia, Nikoa, Rokin Meme, Virginia Sully, CAC813, the one and only, Dreaming in Color, JK Sinar, and all of our other YouTube members, thank you. Amy OG, Cherry Cola, Val Cargo, and everybody else watching. I really appreciate it. You tuning in. We're going to have more news, I'm sure, soon. James Gallagher, thanks for watching. Juliana Martin, Michelle Batten, Claudette Berry, Kelly Reed Lacefield, thank you for watching. Melissa Terry, Audrey Burbank, Paula Thompson, and all of our other viewers. Orville B. Okay, so wrapping it up for now. I know there's a lot going on. If there's big news tonight, we'll come back on the air and do another stream. Who knows when there'll be more developments on this. We have the Brown manhunt going on. We have the investigation into the shooting of the MIT professor going on. We have the Venezuela stuff going on, and who knows what else. So I'll be keeping an eye on all of it. All right. So, Mudmore says, see you in 10 minutes. That is it for now. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.